Hello, 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 all you lovely llama lumps. Anyways, so yeah, I'm I'm always in the car. Anyways, let's talk about how to make a survival bag for everybody that is. Here's the truth. All right, this world ain't getting any better. This world is crumbling. So, oh, hello everybody. Hey, big bro Dave, how you doing? Hey, Connor, aka Bigfoot Anon. Hey, Christy sis, how you doing? Hey, Maria sis, how you doing? Thank you all for coming in. You lovely, lovely barrel of fuzzy. Oh crap! I just knocked my water off. Hold on. Okay, my 5-gallon jug of water fell over in my back seat that I was planning for. Anyways, this world sucks. This world's getting worse. So, why not make a survival bag? I am making a bag for a few individuals right now that need it. Anyways, so if you haven't noticed it, the stores are running, not getting their supply of food. They're not getting their supply of certain medications. They're not getting their supply of this or that. It took me 2 hours to just get a pizza made because they had only one person working in the pizzeria. Everything is running down. Yeah, 2 minutes and it's already started. I know. Something bad in my life has already happened once again. My whole entire back of my car is like a wading pool for ducklings. Anyways, it's all good, Maria sis. You take care of yourself, and I'm praying for you, sis. Everything will be okay. Oh, Christy, it's our robbing is already supply supply trains that are already delivering like all kinds of supplies from food to designer handbags are being robbed right now. There's thousands upon thousands of dollars of this merchandise just littering the Amtrak railroads in California. And it's not stopping anybody. Like the railroad police are arresting people that's walking the tracks and just picking up this AKA trash that can't be resold. But they're arresting them for it because it's stolen property. Hey, Uncle Al, how you doing? Take care of yourself, Maria, sis. You take care of yourself. Don't worry about doing anything but resting. Yeah. But here's the thing: prepping, survival, bushcrafting, whatever. It's all the same thing. Okay? You can't survive unless you prep. You don't prep unless you want to survive. And soon as push is going to come to shove, we're already seeing supply truckers going on strike in certain countries where nobody's wanting to work. Nobody wants to work at these food industries to supply food to other individuals. There is closing and not getting supplies. Another goes down because there is not enough ice cream supplies to service people. Everything and anything, it's like a light drizzle. But here's the thing: even a light drizzle of rain can create flooding after time. All right, Uncle Al. Davy boy, Davy Jones Bones. Hey, psst. Hey, Dave, do you want to come up? Do you want me to throw a bluebird at you? I don't know, sis. But dark times are slowly on the horizon. Dark days to come. All right, big bro. Let me invite a guest. Copy the clipboard. Yay. All right. The little minor canary is on its way to you, sir, because it's blue from lack of oxygen. Anyways, yeah. So, the discussion of today. Do you know how to make a survival bag? Oh, look, I got a neighbor.
Hiya, mate.
Hey, boys and girls, look, it's Mailman Dave.
I'm almost honoured that you said a guest. A guest, really?
An honored guest.
Jeez.
I was trying to make it like Pee Wee Herman. Like, it's Mailman Dave.
Yeah, not so much the Herman, but definitely Pee Wee. How you doing, brother?
Oh, doing all right, brother. I I came from the store, and it's the first of it. The first of the landslide happened was when I went to the store, and their whole entire fresh meat section is down to 2 rows of beef and pork only. There's no chicken. Like, it's literally bare shelves in our grocery store. And then I went to go get, because there wasn't any meat. Like, it was the scraps of the meat, like 60-40 blend beef, like beef chubs. And then I went to the pizza parlor to go get a pizza, and 2 hours to make a damn pizza, because they had so many back orders, so many online orders, and one person working. Like, it's getting it's getting bad, brother.
I mean, for a while over here, where takeouts are concerned, if you walk through the door to place an order and you stood at the counter, they're
Yeah,
going to concentrate on the people that have phoned in orders over you. You will be the
right.
least priority, even though you stood there in the flesh in front of them. You won't take priority just because you're in there, you know.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what they did to me. Like, they took care of everybody else, but me, I had to sit back and wait. And then they come and tell me that they don't have the toppings that I ordered. So they had to so they're like, "What other toppings do you want?" And I was like, "Don't you have a backstock of these toppings?" And they said, "No, we've been running out and we haven't had a shipment in 3 weeks."
Yeah, that's fairly bad.
Yeah. And yeah, it's not like they can go to the grocery store and go and get it, because they have to get it sent to them through their company.
You see, if you'd have just been normal and ordered a cheese and tomato with none of these posh toppings, you'd have been in and out of there in 5 minutes, brother.
Right? I know.
You saw
Oh,
all these wonderful exotic toppings you want, like what would you? Well, like sweet corn and I don't know, anchovies and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure you rock all that.
I wanted Italian fresh summer sausage on it.
Yeah, I've heard you like your Italian fresh summer sausages. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's got to be nice and meaty and greasy.
yeah. The fear of incurring the wrath of this establishment. Where was this? Is this a well-known pizzeria as well?
Yeah. Yeah, it's called Little Caesars Pizza. Like, it's a big, like, conglomerate pizza
Hmm.
joint, like Pizza
Yeah,
Hut and stuff like that. But they sell like cheaper pizzas. And they're known for their hot and ready pizzas, like already pre-made pizzas that's stuck in a heater,
yeah, yeah.
and people just pay $5 and get that pizza and go. But
Mm.
they don't even have that. They don't even have their hot and ready pizzas because they don't have the ingredients. They don't have the stock for it.
Are these shortages like dependent upon state, or is it countrywide?
Uh, it's not as bad as a lot of other states. Like Texas is still one of the big states that's handling it, but a lot of the smaller states are getting hit bad with it. But
And have you noticed
it's
it's got worse? Is it
yeah,
getting worse, or is it leveling out?
oh, it's getting worse. It's like supposedly the whole entire thing is Texas is rich enough in stock and materials that they could secede from the state and become their secede from America and become their own country. And that's a lie because we're seeing it right now that we can't support people. Like here in San Antonio, we have literally in this city alone, we have 3.5 million people to support. And that's not counting Dallas, that has almost like 5 million people, Houston, that has almost 7 million people. I mean, and then all the other smaller outer rural cities that have like 200,000 people in each one.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, CR, how you doing, brother?
Hello.
But it's they keep playing it off that people don't want to. The reason why there's a lack in workflow of workforce is because people do not want to get jobs in like fast food companies because of the epidemic. They don't want to get sick being that close to other individuals in a confined workspace.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just bull. I mean, most of the people here in Texas, they're using it as an excuse because they're getting paid by the government to sit on their ass. And it's hurting everything else.
Yeah, I thought the thing that they had
Hey,
in place
newbie.
in the States was like a one-off payment if you're
No.
affected by the pandemic, weren't it? Like
Well,
$600 or something, or a grand.
yeah, like, well, it was a bailout at the beginning, but if you've lost your job due to the pandemic, you can get unemployment, and the unemployment will continue on as long as you continue to put in applications and you don't get hired. So you can still claim that unemployment check,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what people are doing. People are claiming that unemployment check saying, oh, nobody wants to hire me or anything because they're, because of the pandemic.
Yeah, would have thought that as far as the country's
Hey,
concerned,
Shire.
the unemployment check won't match the standard of living that they used to, or indeed pay most of the bills, though.
Right. It doesn't. And also, like, the government has given people like support payments for, like, if they live in an apartment or something like that, they they can put in through the state to pay, like, say your rent's like $800. They can put in with the government, the state government, and get a rent, um, like a rent check. And all they have to do is pay half of their rent, and the government will take on the rest.
Mm.
So, and it's the same thing with like utility bills and all that stuff. They're using this as an excuse.
No, there's a surprise.
Right. And, you know, And, right now the stores are doing their stock, and usually they have like about 20 pallets at this time in the store that they're taking stock off to stock the shelves. When I walked in there, they only had three pallets with mix matched stuff. And our local grocery store has its own supply factory that makes their own name brand food. And they're not even, they don't they don't have enough workers in the supply factory to fill even one truck. So, and
Still, it could be worse. We could be listening to a Barry Manilow concert.
I think I'd take the Barry Manilow with like a
No,
gander of geese.
Go and wash your mouth out.
Barry Manilow and what was Yanni? I'd go watch Barry Manilow with Yanni.
Looking very sharp tonight with that haircut, Matthew.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, here. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
There you go. Well, the windswept look the other night when you was on my stream just made it look like you brushed it with a badger, but
or a porcupine,
or a porcupine, yeah. But tonight, yeah. Looking freshly cut, dude.
Lay on it.
Oh, I like that. You're going to say hello to, you said hello to Shy. Have you said hello to Kincaid?
Yeah. No. Hi, Kincaid. How you doing, brother? But
Newbie said, didn't those programs end in September? I think, referring to the bailout, the government bailout stuff.
They're supposed to. But in Texas, they revamped that program until the middle of 2023. I think it's like June of 2023.
Who could forget Engelbert Humperdinck?
Oh yes, the wonderful playings of Engelbert.
Our Engelbert, the sequined fool.
Oh God.
That's what you look great, and that's what you need, actually, Matthew, is a like survival dungarees, but made out of like bear with me on this one.
Yes, sir.
Like crushed velvet, bright white sequins.
I need to bring back Liberace and have him, put me in a survival outfit.
Hey, he's the man. He's the man. Well, you lift up the lid on that piano, and just all the survival gear he had stuffed inside. He had a Ruger 1022 for taking out all those little varmints. Oh yeah, he had multi. He did. I'm telling you, he had so much paracord, you wouldn't believe it. He was prepared, that lad.
His piano was his mobile vehicle.
Yeah, man.
had a small howitzer inside of it.
Well, howitzers come in handy for survival food, don't they? You can just like slot something from 15 miles away.
Right.
Land 150 millimeter shell.
Take out the whole herd.
Yeah, just wallop it anywhere. I'm sure you can take down a GNU.
just one. Just one.
Yeah. Well, if you're in a survival situation, something of that size wouldn't appreciate it, would it? Turn it into jerky.
It's just this world. I mean, like what we were talking about the other night, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
2020 was the tip of the iceberg. 2021 was the scuff underneath the tip, and the people within 2 years, humanity has became lethargic and lazy and dependent on something else.
I think it's always been that way, and I just think that these last 2 years have exposed it
Yeah.
more transparently.
Yeah. But the thing is, with these people that's relying on the government, relying on a higher power, what is all that fake money that they are given for food and all that stuff, what we call food stamps? What is that going to buy when we have no supply? How is that going to help these people when there's nothing to literally buy anymore?
Well, it's the establishments where you can afford to buy the products from in the first place. The cheaper establishments are the ones that will run out of stock. The cost of living will go up anyway because of that. So people
Right.
who can barely afford to get their groceries from, a local store, let alone a more upmarket establishment where the middle class kind of people, if you like, would like to
Yeah.
shop, they're just not going to have the money or the funds to be able to buy this food,
Right.
and the stock isn't going to be there even if they did. However, the people that are in higher positions,
Mhm.
you know, slightly better. They say money isn't everything, isn't it? But it sure takes the sting out of being poor.
Right.
You can,
Well,
you can bet your bottom dollar that they'll have access to things. I mean, it's like
it just
you get the different stores. Sorry, Matt. I know that your WalMarts and stuff, which is like our Asda. I believe they were the same. Walmart
yeah,
did own Asda at one point over here in the UK. But you like your Walmart and your Aldi's and things like that, which are like your more economical grocery, like shopping centres and stuff like that.
yeah.
But then, of course, there's more upmarket ones where the food's 2 times, 3 times the price. Well, the
Oh, yeah.
food, the shelves aren't as empty on the upmarket ones like they are on the cheaper stores. Put it that way, and we're
Right.
seeing that in the UK, which to me doesn't seem to be in the same kind of state that the United States is in at the moment regarding supply, demand, and so on and so forth because of the
Yeah.
pandemic.
Oh, I agree 100%. It feels like we are slowly becoming like the Venezuela incident,
Hmm.
like what happened out there. And nobody is literally looking at that. Nobody's seeing that it's happening to us.
Hey, Stephen.
Hey, Steven, how you doing?
Well, yeah, as
It
far as the food banks thing go, the food banks over here, and funnily enough, a lot of the food banks are being based in these. I don't really like to use the terminology, but it's easier for me to use it. These lower end grocery stores, if you like, is where the
Yeah,
food banks are pretty much being stationed. You always find that
there you go.
the best philanthropists are usually the people that don't have money
Say
because
hi today.
the people that do don't want to part with it. Hey,
Oh,
I was in
but
full mid moan. I was in full mid moan then.
I know I had to, I had to protect you. Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of the things, it's we have we have turned this country into a monetize, like, everything has to do with money. There is no more bartering systems. There is no more there if it's shiny and it's worth something, we want that. But because people have been so reliant on actual physical cash for
Well,
everything.
the fat cats don't get rich by bartering, by swapping skill sets, or by trading. Hi,
True.
Jason. That's not how it
Hey.
works. The people that are the people that we're led to believe run the country make money off the backs of people who have no money.
Right.
Trading skill sets that's a form of national socialism, that, brother.
I know it is. It's just where I come from, that was a staple of the poor, like bartering.
Mm-hmm.
Moonshiners, people that still knew how to make, pure moonshine.
Yeah.
Could literally go to anywhere in the South. If they needed ammo to go hunting for the winter, they would go and they would say, "Hey, I have a pint of 200% moonshine. Can I trade you that pint for 4 boxes of ammo?" You
Mm-hmm.
know,
Yeah.
and they would do it because moonshine is so pure. You can use it for anything besides drinking. You know, and it's literally an alcoholic Swiss Army knife.
Oh yeah. So like stripping the paint off your car and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you can even put it in an older catalytic converter car and drive it. I mean, eh, that's what moonshiners did, you know? It was high octane fuel for their cars. And but I just
You
come
know,
from that society,
it's just
where
it's just like you to complain about the end of the world, isn't it?
yes, it's not going how it's supposed to.
I expected it to be more fun than this, damn it.
I'm sorry. It's just, okay, the idealism of preppers and survivalists, and they are prepping, and most preppers are prepping for one incident that they fear. They don't, where the older generation of preppers prepped for the end of everything. They didn't prep for one circumstance, it they they prepped for food shortages. That's why they had, you know, uh, what is it called? Root cellars. I mean, and they stockpiled root cellars with canned food, and just so that they had a backup in case, say, this year's harvest was smaller than last year's harvest, or if some natural disaster happened and killed off all your crops or killed off all your livestock, you still had something to eat and rely on while you came back.
Mm-hmm.
But now people have made it a glorified terminology to be a prepper or to be a survivalist, you know. D- Propane grills, like that guy, propane grills, he's glamorized the survival aspect of whatever, that you're Rambo out in the woods, karate chopping a trout and eating it alive.
He's glamorized staying in a hotel with a film crew.
Right.
That's what he's glamorized. Until they start filming again the next day in a forest that's conveniently in a public park just 2 miles away from the nearest city. That's what he's glamorized.
He's got paid millions of dollars for robbing squirrels of their acorns,
as well as absolutely unvalidated shares in that shit Gerber knife company.
Oh yeah. Oh God, Gerber. Ugh.
Goober.
They need to go back to making baby food. That's what they need to do. Oh, have you seen? Okay, in the 90s, Gerber was making survival food rations, and they only did it for like 6 months.
because it literally was like mush. It was mush with maybe a bouillon cube flavoring in it. And it literally, people were calling it Gerber baby food because that's what it looked like. It looked like slop. And they kind of stopped making it and pulled that idea because they did not know how to make food properly for survivalists.
I mean, if the correct nutrients are in there, you know, you got your basic food groups in there. It doesn't matter how it's presented, does it? I mean, as long as you shove it down your face and you wake
Yep.
you wake up the following day, I suppose. But I know what you're saying.
Right. I mean, wasn't the first food that astronauts ate like a nutrition paste?
Yeah,
Like
it was a
that they
puree in a
squirted
bag.
out?
Yeah.
And, I mean, how many UK, prisoners and everything survived on gruel, like
Plenty.
right. Gruel and
Absolutely
hardtack.
plenty. Absolutely. Oh yes. Gruel and roaches.
That was extra protein.
There was extra protein for the diet. Yeah, they survived for hundreds of years like that, and then we started to send them to Australia instead to get eaten by spiders and sharks.
Like, y'all go out there, find a way to survive, then we'll come over and take those ideas.
Well, Bear Grylls will, Bear Ass Grills. Hey, David.
Mm-hmm. Hey, David, how you doing?
You said hello to Jason?
Yeah, hey, White Wolf.
Oh, right. Sorry, I weren't sure if you said hello to him or not.
Yeah, I said hey after you did.
Okey-doke.
But don't get me wrong, CR. There's a tier list to Gerber products, okay? There's the basic tier, which is, the crap, like the Bear Grylls issued items. Then there's the middle tier items where you pay quite a bit of money for it and you get somewhat of a decent quality item. You may get a full tang knife. But the thing is that full tang knife, yeah, it's full tang, but it's half serrated and half full, a half a regular blade. Who in a survival situation has ever said, damn, I wished I had my serrated blade knife in a survival situation? Nobody. But then there's the high tier Gerber list of items. And the only high tier item of Gerber that I've ever loved and liked was the Gerber strong arm that was literally given to the UK Special Forces, I believe, in the early 2000s, Dave. I believe that. Yeah. That knife, you could literally shove that knife into a tree and stand on it, and it would not bend, it would not break. You could beat that thing against a concrete brick and it would not dull. But it was also almost like $200 when it first came out.
I have got to say, I personally would take any Mora product over 75% of what Gerber make.
Oh yeah, hands down, I'd take a Mora. I mean, even the basic Mora, what is it, Mora Sidekick? I would use
I
that,
forget
and
which
it's a
level it is. I
rectangle.
mean, that's only about 10, 12 bucks, I assume. It's pretty
Mm-hmm.
low cost. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that thing can survive through a lot of stuff. And it's carbon steel, which means it takes 2 minutes to sharpen it. It's back to razor sharp.
And I believe it's only half tang, isn't it? It's not a full tang blade, that.
Yeah, it's a rat tang. It goes
Yeah,
like,
rat tang, that's it, yeah.
yeah, it goes to maybe a quarter of an inch into the handle. But I mean, but it's held by a brass pin, so it's almost just as good as a full tang because of the brass pin that's inside of it.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Gerber at all. I've just
Yeah,
the
yeah, three
springy, very
quarter tang.
springy. Is it
Yeah,
3/4?
yeah, 3/4.
3/4 tang. It's just very springy Gerber metal. It just seems the blades just seem to be really springy. I
Yep.
don't know.
Well, they also put that black varnish on the Gerber, which hinders the sharpening of the blade. And most Gerber blades are also stainless steel.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's a like if you're in a survival situation, yeah, it's going to keep the blade sharper for longer, but trying to sharpen it when
Yeah, I'm
you
just gonna
need it to
say,
be sharpened.
try to get an edge on it in the first place is the issue, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, it's like a carbon blade. That's gonna be if you can sharpen it, you need to be able to sharpen it in the field. It's that simple.
Right. And the thing with carbon steel blades compared to stainless steel or tungsten steel or tool steel, the 340 tool steel, I mean, you cannot sharpen it unless you have the right materials to sharpen it at your home. If
Hello,
you're in a
Auslander Info, by the way.
Hey, Oz, I didn't even see him.
Yeah, that's why I brought it to your attention. Auslander Info's in the chat.
Thank you. Oz is one of my good Australian brothers. But yeah, it you know, preppers and survivalists and everything have been brainwashed to spend top quality money on these blades and gear and everything that may or may not work out in the field.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and also a lot of this stuff is heavy as crap. So it's more of a hindrance to you, but they want to spend that money just so they can have bragging rights. And half of the people that claim that they're preppers or survivalists don't even know how to sharpen a blade. That's why they don't even do that's why they don't even test their gear, They buy it and they do a review and that's it, you know? It, and a lot of survivalists and preppers, like big name YouTubers and stuff like that, they are literally fear mongers. And they are scaring people the wrong way. They're scaring people into buying stuff from their little Amazon links and their prepper stores that are online and all this stuff. Like on my channel, I don't care about telling people's names. Like like there's this one big name YouTuber called Canadian Prepper. Okay. He is a fear monger. And he tells everybody and anybody to not go out and buy this or this or this. But here, buy this item from my prepper store. Buy this item from me because I tested it and I know it's good. But it's like $500 for it. Half of the people that is true preppers and survivalists do not have $500 to spend
Half
on
the
one item.
half the people that are true preppers and survivalists don't have massive YouTube channels where there's a narrative, and they're not subjective; they're objective when they come to putting out certain information. Because
Right.
that's what keeps the channel alive, isn't it? It's not about spreading the correct information necessarily. It's about keeping the channel going and keeping your money.
Mm-hmm. All they care about it is it's a business. And, you know, like me, my dream is to have a prepper survivalist store, but an actual real physical store.
I thought that
And
your dream was to have like a unicorn onesie.
hey, I will have that dream and sell survival gear in it, sir.
I absolutely believe that.
Oh, I watched a YouTube video of it was on the YouTube Shorts, and it was in Canada, right? And it was this guy that gets out and snow plows his whole entire subdivision's walkways in a pink and rainbow unicorn blow up costume.
Is there
He
anything else
puts
to do in Canada apart from
snow
dig up
blowing.
snow? Really? Yeah. Is there any other pastime in Canada? If there's any Canadians out there, let me know.
CR's Canadian.
Stick it in the side chat.
I think they have like maybe 1 month of warm weather.
No. Just because it's sunny doesn't mean it's warm.
Right. Hey, at least there's no snow in the sunny weather.
Hey, there was something came up as a weird little bit of information. I can't remember which particular comment that our platform was on. I beg your pardon. But
Yeah.
about one film where there is, and I don't want to obviously get dragged into unicorns too much, but why the hell not? We're here. Is it called The Cabin in the Woods, and a unicorn actually impales somebody and kills them?
I think it was.
And you said that they're creatures of peace? They're murderous psychos.
Well, I think it was an accident on its side. I mean,
come on.
You try walking in a public area with a 10-inch horn sticking out of wherever and see if you don't poke somebody.
I'm well known for walking around in public areas with a 10-inch horn sticking out, poking everybody.
So it's not easy to hold. I think it's more of a hindrance for them.
Yeah.
I think the unicorn was trying to get away from whatever, and that person was just in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
Yeah, first world mythical world creature problems, eh?
Right.
But I just wanted to point it out that many times in the past when this type of thing has come up, you have sort of like tried to stress the fact that they are wonderful creatures of peace and harmony, when this was just a murderous shyster that was going around impaling people on its land mammal Narwhalian horn.
Well, I just got to say that humans are dumb, and it shouldn't have been in that particular spot.
This unicorn was a shithead, man.
Oh yeah. I think they all are. I mean, you can only be so pure for so long without, and watching humans and not get pissed off.
Well, I encountered a I've got nothing against anybody's choice of food or whatever they want to do and lifestyle. Live and let live, all that kind of jazz. You crack on and do whatever you want. However, I can usually tell a vegan or a vegetarian, and this is going to sound weird. We're going to say it anyway, because I've sort of like lined myself up for it now, so I'm going to put myself in the shit, but what's new? You could tell a vegan or a vegetarian by the smell and the way that they look. I mean, and I'm not saying that they smell. I'm not saying they smell bad. They just smell different, and they look pastier. Yeah, they just look paler, more pallid. And I said this to this young lady, and I come into the shop and said, "Yeah, by any chance are you vegetarian or vegan?" And she said, "Yeah." How did you know? And I put myself in the corner then, because I thought, well, I can't say it's because you stink and you look like a zombie.
You have a unique smell.
Yeah, you look like a vampire's taint.
You smell like the back end of a horse, a horse barn.
Well, a very pleasant young lady.
Yeah.
Well, I think he upset her. It's like that old saying, isn't it? How do you know when somebody's a vegan? They'll tell you.
Right. Oh, they'll tell you, they'll tell you with such determination that they make you want to give them an award for it. Like they deserve an award.
Is it the same thing with survivalists and preppers, do you think? Do you wear T-shirts advertising what you are?
Yeah, they do.
They do, don't they?
Yeah,
They absolutely do.
I mean, and a lot of if you haven't, I mean, if you see a lot of a lot of European survivalists, okay?
Right, now don't
Like
start talking about Europeans like I'm a European.
I'm just saying, like the UK ones.
Yeah, well, UK ones aren't European ones, all right.
I know.
I'll start calling you a Canadian again if you continue with this conversation.
I'm sorry. I just gotta say that the UK has made a mindset on a lot of your other neighboring countries, about their mindset on being a survivalist or a bushcrafter or a prepper. I mean, there's a YouTuber that just bought a plot of land in the UK, right? And he just now hit like 1.2 million subscribers, and now he's going to open up a survival camp on that like acre of land. And you know what, he's naming his survival school after his YouTube channel.
Okay, well, it's a product, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a product, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, you guys invented Disney World.
Yeah, we regret it every day.
Yeah, well, there you go.
We invented Disney World and Disneyland. And Disney also owns all the movies. Like like they own everything to make movies with. So it's kind of the same thing. It's like my one and only, like the person I used to look up to as a child. That bastard.
Go on. Who is it?
He's a nice little ginger. Should I say his name? And it's not more.
This is a famous director.
No, it's a famous survivalist for the BBC. Yeah.
You know about Ray Mears?
Yeah, Mr. Mears. Yeah.
That guy's a legend.
He is the plumpy potato legend. Like I used to look up to him. I looked up to him every Saturday on the BBC. It was an hour-long special of Ray Mears and his survival, and this was when it was in the 70s when he was young and full of vigor.
I would say that he was young in the 70s. He was probably about 3 years old.
Well, it was like, was he like 3? I thought he started in like 77.
I don't know, mate. I'd say he's in his late 40s, 50-ish. So he was born in the very early 70s. Yeah, I think so.
Maybe it was the 80s. Maybe BBC was just that bad in the 80s.
Oh, so now we're slagging off British television, are we? Given the shite you lot fucking pump out, do you think that's very wise? Truly. Really? Really?
I'm sorry.
Really?
I'm sorry. I know it had to be in the 80s. I know
What
it
I
had to
like is you'll say that, and I'm going to say, okay, list your 10 favorite shows. 8 of them will come from the UK.
Yes, it will. Oh,
And anyway,
that is true.
don't knock Ray Mears too much. Before he come along, everybody thought that preppers was something that you had with salt.
Yes, that is true.
I hadn't
I
even heard of
mean,
the terminology.
yeah. Well, it wasn't even called that. Like, preppers came around in maybe the late 90s. The term prepper came around in maybe the late 90s, early 2000s as a terminology. Before it was just people, you know, stockpiling. It was like they would have called them hoarders back then, you know, um, because literally they were hoarding food. Um, or no, there was a terminology that is used for them, like end of timers or something like that.
Weirdos is what a lot of people called them back in the day.
Yeah. Bush Tucker. Yeah, Bush Tucker was really good. But then, then not Ray Mears, but Morris Kohansky, like, and he's a Canadian. I mean, but
So
that man,
he knows how to shovel snow and deal with a moose.
yes, that guy could backhand a moose and not even flinch. He makes beaver chucks. I
Yeah,
mean,
were they called doomsdayers?
yeah, doomsdayers. Yeah, that's it.
There you go, doomsdayers.
Yeah, like it like I said, like end of the worlders or doomsdayers or whatever they're called. Like, but the thing was, like, traditional preppers, they had no terminology. They were literally country folk that survived a traumatic event, and like the depression, or the Dust Bowl or something like that, and they did not want to go back to that. That's why they stockpiled food and resources and clothing and stuff like that,
Hey Mo,
because they didn't want to be in another situation to where they could not control their own fate, you know? And then somebody did a report on it or whatever. I think they were doing it about their grandparents that survived the Depression.
well, it
And
goes back further than that, doesn't it, Matt? Really, let's have it right to
yeah,
the early European pioneers,
right. Well, it,
which
it, it actually goes back farther than that. It goes back
well,
to the
yeah,
Roman days.
yeah, well, and no doubt even further than that, when people have travelled all over the world and thought, "Oh,
Yeah,
that looks tasty," sunk the teeth
yeah,
into it, and then dropped dead, and realised it was a
right.
bad idea.
Yeah,
So
and,
it's not new; it's just fashionable new lately,
yeah.
due to the
I
situation and the this shit state the world's in, I suppose.
Right. Hey Mo, how you doing, brother?
Hey Mo, what do you know? Just got back from Kokomo.
But it's just society has twisted the ideology. I mean, the ideolo. Help me out with the word. Idealism of prepping. You
Say it
know,
again. Say that again.
like, we have bastardized the terminology
No, say
of
idealism again.
yeah, idealism.
Good lad. I like the way you say idealism. Idealism. Just like the way you say it.
That's my southern coming out.
It is that, yeah.
But it's been a staple of hundreds of civilizations that have went through traumatic experiences, but we
Hmm.
don't look back. Like, when they were uncovering Pompeii, there was houses that still had stockpiles of food and wine and everything that was uncovered, and they had storehouses made for this stuff, you know? And
well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Pompeians were just walloping about doing what they were doing.
yeah,
You look at a lot of the bodies that the ash now, aren't they? So solidified in ash,
yeah,
fossilized in ash, if you like. A lot of them are still doing quite mundane, everyday things, depending upon which part of Pompeii they're in.
yeah,
It's just, and a lot of them were caught completely by surprise, and then others were trying to hide. So
right.
there was like what would you call it? Not a winery. Why can't I think of
Um,
the name of the place where you keep loads of bottles of wine in a wine cellar? I suppose, I don't know,
yeah,
but they had loads of wine, and weren't they like bakeries full of bread ready to go, like thousands of
mhm,
these loaves? Yeah.
yeah. And there was, it was, but I'm just saying, like, like even like the basic houses, like the basic poor had storehouses where they would stockpile food and, whatever, because they didn't know if they were going to be without or not. And we don't look back in time and say, oh, those Romans were just doomsdayers and preppers and prepping for the inevitable. No, that was their everyday life, just like in the South. The poor stockpiled canned food, because of something bad may happen, but they would have the resources to go back on and take care of them during hard times. And it's been that way for generations, but now in today's society, where there's a grocery mart or a fast food restaurant on every half a mile, eh, we don't have to think like that anymore. Hell, you can walk into somebody's house and they don't even have enough food to last them 3 days if something bad happens, let alone, a month.
Well, that's just not the way society's geared, is it? I mean, the thing
Yeah,
is lamenting the way things used to be in the past doesn't progress us any further forward from the situation that we're in. So
yeah,
whilst it might be a case of we're not making any forward movement
right.
as a society. We can't go back to the way things used to be because that's stepping backwards and not forwards. So it
Yeah,
becomes sort of like you come to like a social psychological impasse.
right.
Do you know what I mean?
You
Because
know,
as society and civilization evolves, and they use the term loosely,
yeah,
as it goes forward, it sort of introspectively goes more backward.
right. It's just, but the thing is, no matter what, I mean, we as humans still have that mindset. We still have that in the back of our mind to protect and take care of our family,
Oh,
and the
that's how
only
we
way.
survived, isn't it?
Right,
We blame the limbic system, blame the amygdala.
right,
That to be a part of a society is within our culture because that's how we survived, by depending upon us. We herd creatures. I mean, of course, you get people that prefer to be alone and like their own company, but as a rule, and I am generalizing, but as a rule, we are a communal creature, Homo sapiens.
yeah. And we still have the AKA humanity, supposedly, that you know people have that, if I do something good, I'll get a reward in the end. So if they see their neighbor struggling or whatever, they'll say, oh, look, I just came from the store. Here, have a loaf of bread and some ham or whatever, and to a homeless person, without thinking, how is that person going to keep that bread and that ham cold? How is that person going to, they're not going to eat that whole entire pound of ham in one sitting,
I
and
don't think people put that much thought into it, Matthew. You know, you've just got to look at, like I say, socially. Let's hold massive benefit concerts, which will raise millions of pounds and buy loads of grain to send them over to Africa to feed all the starving millions in Africa, but have no system in place for distribution whatsoever. So that all this grain and all this foodstuffs which have been bought by these benefit concerts and so on and so forth just rot away in warehouses or get stolen by local warlords.
Yes.
So socially, the mindset's there to look after one another.
Right.
You know, at least initially. Because it's like them, if you see somebody in pain or, you know, in most people would want to do something to help them. It isn't an inbuilt thing in as part of the human psyche to think, well, fuck you, as long as I'm all right. Because then you pretty much, you're a social outcast, you're a sociopath, or you've got the makings of a psychopath at least. Right. You feel the need to fit in or to help out or to, you know, like I say, be a part of something. So we go along with this wave of culture and these waves of civilizations which come and go over periods of, well, as we were saying the other day, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 year increments before they become extinct. And the next lot of so-called civilized Homo sapiens take over the world and fuck it up just like the last lot did.
Right. I just, people, we think we're in such a civilized world now that nothing bad is going to happen to us like our predecessors, you know? But, and then you look at the first world countries, you know, and if something bad happens to a third world country or a second world country, we don't ever believe that those incidents would ever happen to us. Hey, SD, how you doing, brother? And I don't understand the mindset of how we got to that point. It's it's mind-boggling. Like, we believe just because we have access to everything doesn't mean that society or, you know, the way our normal life is can't be stripped from us in a moment's notice.
Hello, SD Mountain Man.
Yeah. People think, oh, you know, Venezuela will never happen to us, or, you know, we're not going to have you know, like the tyranny that happened 100 years ago happen again. We're never going to have a gigantic war.
Well, who thinks we won't have a gigantic war?
The what is it? Generation Y through Q.
With the deepest respect, Matthew, you know, I mean, you're a native of a country where you've been at war since your inception.
True.
I think has it been 1 year?
Yeah.
I think there might have been 1 year since the 1770s where you haven't been at war in some place or in some situation around the world.
Brother, there is people in America that believe that concentration camps never happened.
I understand that, but I don't think Americans are dumb to think that there isn't the possibility of a war, because I think culturally over the last, well, certainly from the late 1940s through to the 1990s, it was sort of like not inbred. That's the wrong terminology. So you'll have to excuse me for that. I don't mean inbred, but sort of inbuilt mindset within the States of the Russian menace. to be aware of communism and the threat that communism posed.
Yeah.
To the civilized world, and not so much around the rest of the world, especially Europe, if you like. That type of mindset wasn't there. Even though obviously Europe was much closer to Russia, and if anything did happen, well, the Soviet Union as was, and if anything did happen, I mean, that's taking ICBMs and nukes aside, conventional war sense, then the first places that would have been attacked or would have been involved in war would have been Eastern Europe and not the States. But the USA were always aware of the threat that Russia posed over world peace since the late 1940s. Well, pretty much since the Yalta Conference, truth be said.
Right. It is. I worry about what's going to happen in the next 10 years, and that's pushing it.
I think, I was going to say, I think you need to worry about what's going to happen in the next couple of months.
Right.
Quite frankly.
I mean, like, I know this is the building blocks of the Leaning Tower, like, but I'm just, the outcome of it is going to be within the next 5 to 6 years from what's going on now. And that's why I made this channel, to help people, to get people prepared. Like, and there's people that will sit and just listen to me ramble and not do a damn thing about it. Because I've even asked people, with all the stuff that I've helped people make, survival bags, ideas, everything, I've even asked people to show me their bags, show me what they've created with my help, with their ideas. Like, show me on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And I was gonna make like a video with everybody's survival bags. And not a single person that listened to my live streams, my videos, or anything has made a survival bag and sent me a picture for it.
Are you expecting me to be surprised by that?
No, but I mean, I had a little bit of a hope. You know what I mean?
I'm a musician, Matthew, right? And
Right.
I will tell friends and family members and put it out there when I'm doing a gig and all that lot. And I hear all the gums flapping. You see the words, and yeah, I'll be there. I'll support you. And these people are your friends. These people could be people you've known for 20, 30 years and all that lot. And when it comes to the day, they're not there. They don't come through the door. They're not there to support you. They don't do it. They go through the motions, but they don't do it because sometimes it's fashionable to be a part of something.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's down to miscommunication,
Yeah.
But the only time that your hopes are dashed is when you set your hopes on other people.
Yeah.
With what you do or what you're trying to establish with your channel, if you're saying the words and you're putting the information out there, you've done your part. It's up to the individual to do theirs.
Right.
But you don't condemn yourself if they don't. That's not down to you.
I know, it's like that, what is it called? Guilt by association or something like that. Like, I feel like
chicken tonight, like chicken tonight.
Yeah, like tofu.
We feel like tofu, or
yeah.
So there's a couple more. You got to say hello to people. You, by the way, Sammy's in the house. Sammy's in the house.
Hey, Sammy. Sorry, I'm on Wish looking at stuff. I'm trying to get a thing going so I can help do the survival bag.
And there you go. Sammy said he didn't know you wanted to send photos, and David says he's still working. Yeah. David said he's still working on his bag. CR says He's doing the go bags and the shelter in place elements and stuff. So I don't think people have not listened to what you've said, Matthew, from what I'm seeing in the side chat.
Oh, okay. Thank y'all. I want to show y'all's survival bags. I want to show that anybody and everybody, you don't have to be a prepper. You don't have to be a survivalist. You don't have to be hardcore propane grill or, any other big name whoever out there.
And it doesn't matter how you pronounce idealism.
Yeah, idealism.
It doesn't matter how weirdly you say that word. It's fine.
Oh, thank you, sir.
SD Mountain Man is on his way over to you.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I am in San Antonio, sir. If you wanna hang out and do a 3-day adventure.
I wouldn't mind doing a 3-day adventure, but I could only do it overnight, weirdly.
Oh, really? That's
yeah,
fine with me, brother.
I like to be back in. I like to be back in my bed. I am exactly like Bear Grylls.
You need a hot shower.
I'm telling you.
Or a
exactly.
tub.
I am exactly like Bear Maze.
Right. It's I just want to get the mindset out there that even the normal Joe can be prepared, can have an emergency gear. You don't have to spend all your life doing this stuff to show that, because what makes prepping and survivalist different than the normal Starbucks king or queen is the will to survive.
Well, I would say that would depend upon the event that leads to the cataclysmic end of society. Because if it's nuclear, I would bet more money on being a prepper than a survivalist.
That's if you're out of the range of the nuclear blast.
That's if you're out of the range. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Because of the fallout, and then what you get the nuclear winters. So all your crops are going to fail. The beasts out in the fields are going to die or become contaminated anyway.
Yep. Unless you literally have a indoor grow room, with the lighting and perfect conditions and everything. But
hey, there you go. For all those 420 people out there, you got an indoor grow room.
Yeah. I mean, literally, that would help. I mean, those people, the 420 people, they already have a way to survive as long as they grow something other than 420.
So when you're out in a survival situation, there is a few things that are obviously take priority, and they're obviously, shelter, water, food, and heat. If that's basically. What are you going to eat if everything's contaminated after a nuclear war, and all the crops have failed? What do you eat?
That's one of the things.
What beasts of the field do you eat?
Well, supposedly deers will only start mutating after 12 months.
No, incorrect. The deers will start. They won't have anything to eat themselves because of the nuclear winter, and all the crops will fail.
Yeah.
So what will they eat? They will become contaminated because of the nuclear fallout with what they eat. So they will kill you. Eating them will kill you. So what are you going to eat? True. What are you going to drink?
Other humans.
They're going to be contaminated. So even if you become a cannibal, if anybody does any real research into total nuclear devastation as a result of nuclear war, it's looking pretty fucking bleak, mate.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'd rather have a massive bunker underground with a few, I'd rather have a massive bunker underground with a few, thousands of tinned foods so it can last a few years. There's gonna be no food, no water. So it doesn't matter how good your bug out bag is or whatever people want to call it. So I would say, as far as a survival situation is concerned, it depends upon the cataclysmic event that precedes your need for survival. Right. I think somebody put in the side chat, where was it? Yeah, you got to have the mentality first.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like the wheel of survival, like not only physically, but the mental aspect of seeing everything. Like,
have you seen Shire's comment? I just went to make a brew, returns, and Dave says we're all going to die. Can I finish my brew first? Sorry, Shire.
There you go, Shire. But it's true. I mean, look at any survival handbook that's been made. The only survival handbooks that's been made that we can buy for that kind of an event is a military, like the military survival books from the Cold War era, like, and even then, it literally says the same thing as you. Stock up on iodine and stock up on iodine and some pill that I forgot. I forgot what the name of it is, but they say to take 6 droplets of iodine a day if you're within the blast radius, 4 if you're like 30 miles out from the blast radius, and 2 a day if you're 100 plus miles outside of the blast radius.
If you are anywhere remotely near a major city, anywhere in Europe or the US, it's not going to matter, because there isn't going to be one warhead landing on that city.
Right.
It's going to land a lot. Yeah, they're multiple. They're MIRVs. That's what they are, aren't they? Multiple-ended re-entry vehicles.
Yes.
So
iodine, Sammy. Iodine is like a purification for your body for the radiation. I don't know the scientific what it does, but it's supposed to help your liver become a detoxifying apparatus for radiation.
What it basically does is it helps your thyroid, which regulates all your internal organs to be resistant to cancers and carcinogens and the radioactive elements that are going to be all around you. So that iodine will help your thyroid, which will regulate your internal organs.
Yeah.
So which will obviously boost your immune system and things like that.
Yeah, but even then, but your body can only handle so much iodine intake.
Because iodine can also kill your thyroid.
Right. So, and even in the survival books from the U.S. military that I got from, I think it was like 1972, it said, either way in a nuclear fallout, we are dead. I mean,
I would say that if you're even thinking remotely about surviving a nuclear war, you really want to do more research into what nuclear weapons are capable of doing, where they are deployed, the size and yield of those weapons, the result of those weapons being obviously used, and what the effect that has on the world, on the environment, on the clouds, on the atmosphere, on the crops, on the soil, on the water, on every plant and every animal on the planet. Yeah. Because if there is all-out nuclear war, all your survival, it's not going to help you at all.
Right. I mean, even with today's water filtration systems and everything,
I mean, the anti-radiation water filters, normal humans cannot buy those. That's only for military and private company and like private militias and stuff like that can get it. Like, you can't just walk into Walmart or any survival place and buy an anti-radiation water filtration system. And it,
you get iodine in a lot of seafoods as well, by the way, Sammy. If you like shrimp and tuna and cod, stuff like that, a lot of dairy products have iodine in them naturally. So you will be getting iodine in your diet just by how you're eating naturally anyway, mostly.
Yeah.
Just if it comes to radiation sickness and things like that, you're going to need loading doses of iodine to survive, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Though he's not going to be a lot to survive for after the initial explosions. If you discount the initial fallout, and 40 days later, when things really start to hot up, when it comes to the sun being completely blocked out, I think if Yellowstone goes up, it will be enough to destroy a quarter of the world's harvest, and that's just if Yellowstone Park goes up. Within 12 months of Yellowstone going up,
look at Dante's Dante's Inferno. I mean, no, not Dante's Inferno. The the volcano that erupted in the 80s. I mean, it literally, like, nobody can live in that area because of what the like, as much sulfur and everything that went up from that volcano eruption.
Yeah, the pyroclastic clouds.
Yes.
And then everything that comes with it, because that's what you get. You get the fallout that comes from all of that as well. Excuse me. Yeah. If Yellowstone goes up,
yes, sir. Take care, brother.
Pretty much.
Yeah, Dante's Peak.
If Yellowstone goes up, I think it's like you're going to be on verge of worldwide starvation. Many countries will go into complete starvation.
Yeah.
See you later, SD.
I mean, it like, Hawaii is a perfect place that shows what happens when volcanoes erupt. I mean, they don't plant anything near the volcano. They don't have any housing around the volcanoes, and because it literally destroys all their crops, all their all the wildlife around it, and it makes it uninhabited, but it I don't know. There's so many things that can happen that you can't prepare for, And I understand that a lot of people now in modern civilization, most people live in major cities. Most people live in apartments. There's not many people that have their own house or land to make preparations on, to make themselves prepared, and like stockpiling, like trying to stockpile in, say, a 600 square foot apartment building. You can only prepare for so much, because we need so much different items for different situations, and but a lot of people just don't have the space to keep up, say, with all the medication, all medication on top of food is pretty much 80% of, preppers and survivalists, and that other 20% goes into items needed for survival. Like, how are you going to hunt without a bow and arrow or a gun or something, unless you're literally a master like Rambo and able to make pitfall traps, spike traps, nobody's got. It's hard to learn those skills living in a city and not being able to go into the wilderness and be picked up by the cops because you're trying to learn how to make traps or make a fire or something like that. And the police literally look at you like you're either an arsonist or you're mentally insane. I went to a park, and the park has running trails. It's in a rich community and everything, and they have concrete running trails. And on the signs, it says, do not stray away from the concrete walkways. And if you literally go off the walkway and go into the wilderness, they have park rangers there that are monitoring the whole entire area on four-wheelers. And if you go out into the wilderness, they go out there after you, and they will arrest you and kick you out of the park.
I think that's a good thing.
Do
No,
you?
I'm being serious. Yeah, we do, because not everybody. You see, the thing is if you allow it for one, you allow it for all. Okay,
True.
and not everybody is going to be
Like me.
dependable. Not everybody's going to be trustworthy or serious about it. It's going to be a case of, well, in that case, if you excuse the way that I'm going to word this, to let people like you do it means you've got to let everybody go in there. So why not let people who go in there with the instant barbecues and a 24-pack of Bud or whatever as well? Let anybody go out there making fires and camping. So by saying it's a complete cover, a blanket ban on any of that kind of thing is the only way to protect the environment.
Yeah.
But in a survival situation, them rangers aren't going to be around to stop you because they're going to be worrying about looking after themselves, I would imagine.
Yep. And that's another thing. People believe in like an emergency situation or whatever. The police officers, the military, park rangers, stuff like that, anybody in a uniform is going to be there to protect them. If say civilization failed tomorrow, you think those police officers and that military and those park rangers are going to be there to protect your ass? No, they're going to be at home protecting their family. They're going to forget about whatever and make sure their loved ones are safe, and you could go wherever, But
yeah,
also with what you were saying, like, if they let me go out in the woods and try my bushcrafting and whatever, that also opens up the gateway for a rapist or a mugger or whatever to go into those woods and wait for somebody, because that park doesn't close until pretty much after nightfall. And somebody could be the last jogger or whatever trying to make it back to their car before the gates close, and they could take advantage of them. I see what you're saying with that.
Well, I mean, it's just a hard fact, isn't it? If you open it for one, you open it for all. And if it's a place of natural beauty or a place that needs to be looked after, then it needs to be looked after. And you can't look after it and condemn it to ruin by allowing certain things to go on, because they'll be the first people that I hauled over the coals if that's the case. It's like, we entrusted you to look after this area of natural beauty, and now anybody can go and do whatever they want. You've made it a right shithole.
Right.
So it's like, well, the only way to truly protect it is to, well, be overly protective of it. And that's exactly it. CR, the real emergencies, first responders, they are stretched thin. But all you got to do is look at what's gone on over the last 2 years to see what a shit state. Because we're not in. I suppose it depends upon your point of view, but we're not in a cataclysmic event. We're not in an end of the world situation as such now. But if you just look, the military have been out in various countries to help with distribution of supplies and stuff.
Yep. It's just.
You've also got to bear in mind the losses that these first responders will take themselves in a massive emergency. Right. Whatever happens, say if it's a volcanic eruption, many of them will be killed by that. If it's a nuclear war, then obviously many of them will be killed by that. You've only got to look at 9/11. 434 was it? First responders were killed, so they made up a quarter of the casualties on 9/11. The first responders. So, not only are they going to be stretched thin, they're going to be taking losses trying to deal with it themselves.
Yeah, there was like 400 and something that died at the first of it. Then there was like another 900 that died from complications of the aftermath. You know?
Yeah, cancers and stuff like that because of the dust. Yeah.
And it really makes me wonder, like, if there was a cataclysmic event, if there was something like, say, the fall of society, how many of those first responders will actually, I mean, knowing that it's a end of the world event, how many of them will truly be at hospitals helping people? Or would they?
Well, I will say this. Sorry, Matt, for interrupting. I will say this though. Again, I don't want to hark on about one particular event, and I know that we draw in similarities which can't really be drawn here. But if I go back to 9/11, many firemen, many police officers, many port authority officers who were off duty ran to the Twin Towers to help.
True.
Yeah. Some of the last photographs of the fire department, some of the ladders that were based around New York and downtown Manhattan and places like that, them fellas, them men and women were running into the buildings and up the stairs to help out. They weren't running away from it.
Right.
And that's why so many of them died. So I think, if you're in a position where you're willing to take on the mantle of being a first responder, where you're an ER medic, a member of the fire department, or a police officer for the most part, you've already got the mindset to be willing to sacrifice yourself for other people.
Oh, yeah. See, I just, I know I'm not a part of the first responders or any of that stuff, but, like my job being a security officer, I know if something traumatic truly happened and everything, we are supposed to be there. We are literally the first line of defense before police or anybody else gets there.
Mm-hmm.
And I've known incidents that's happened where the security guard moved everybody into the building, including himself, and locked the doors and was hiding in with the civilians. Like, not there to protect or anything, but literally cowering with the civilians, and but then I know other officers, including myself, I've went to incidents and everything, and I've had to have shootouts. So I mean, and I know other incidents where there was shootouts that's happened, and it was one security guard against 4 other individuals. And so it's just that thing, it's just from what I've experienced, not something major like 9/11 or anything, but it's that, fight or flee kind of thing, like. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
everybody does react differently in certain situations, but there is a group mindset
Hey,
that tends,
Haggy.
that tends to happen in certain situations.
Yeah. Yeah.
There will be group conformity to a certain mindset.
Right. I don't know. I guess I'm the person that looks at the worst before anything. And
What do you mean on there? What's the stats on Mount St. Helens, SD Mountain Man? Do you mean the last time it erupted, when it's due to erupt again, or?
yeah, I think that's what he's talking about. Like, when's the next predicted eruption?
Well, like I say, Yellowstone's the next one that's that they've
Predicted.
sort of. I mean, Yellowstone covers 3,472 square miles. By the way, that's nearly
Yep.
2.25 million acres. It's got more than 500 active geysers, which is actually
Yep.
more than half the world's geysers. So more than half the world's geysers are just in Yellowstone Park on its own.
Oh yeah.
The Mesa Falls erupted over 1 million years ago as well, by the way, and spewed out something like 280 cubic kilometers of magma. The Lava
Mm-hmm.
Creek area erupted 640,000 years ago, and that spewed out over 1,000 cubic kilometers of magma.
Yeah,
The
yeah, it did.
Huckleberry Ridge area erupted over 2 million years ago and spewed out 2,450 cubic kilometers of magma.
See, I didn't know about that one.
Oh yeah. Well, before we stopped doing the mystery machine thing, we were going to do a stream on the end of the world, and I was going to cover Yellowstone Park actually.
Right.
So I looked into quite a bit about the possibility of a Yellowstone Park eruption. So it was all wasted. So that's the only reason I'm mentioning it now. It gives me the gives me the chance to use all that research that I'd done 3 months ago.
There you go. Well, I know from North Carolina to Louisiana is one of the most dangerous earthquake fault lines in America. And if anything upsets that, it would literally break America in half.
Well, I put this down, right, that there's estimates, like as far as Yellowstone have predicted, that if there was an eruption at Yellowstone, it'd be so violent that it'd shoot debris from its explosion 24 kilometers into the stratosphere. Okay.
Yeah.
So an area of 65 kilometers from the epicenter would be totally engulfed by lava.
Right.
The blast would eject, they're saying, at least 1,000 cubic kilometers of ash and other material that would get thrown up into the sky.
Yep.
When Yellowstone goes up, which isn't to be ignored. That would spread out evenly, form like a massive umbrella cloud that would darken most, if not all, of the North American continent.
Yep.
That massive cloud from Yellowstone would then rain down toxic ash all over mainland United States. So it'd completely cover places like Wyoming, Idaho, Colorado, Montana, and Utah. And they'd be looking like they'd be very likely to be buried under at least 1 meter of volcanic ash. And due to the spread of all that ash, which would come from the umbrella cloud, the US power network would completely shut down. You'd have blackouts across all of the US. Airports are shut down. Travel would become very limited and dangerous. The Midwest entire crop production would be destroyed, and possibly, or at least probably, poison farmlands for entire generations or more. Food production would be crippled. The United States would need to import food from other continents just to survive. An eruption would also emit sulfur aerosols, and that would reflect the sun's rays back away from the Earth, causing the climate to cool down really rapidly.
Yep.
They say
And
that
also, you look at the toxic rain.
scientists predict that a Yellowstone eruption would cause the planet to cool down by 10 degrees for 10 years. And that would cause crops to fail on such a scale that there'd be food shortages that would endanger the lives of hundreds of millions of people all over the world.
Yep. But then you gotta realize all that toxic ash and everything that's landing into streams, rivers, lakes,
Oh, yeah.
and that being evaporated and going into the clouds, and those clouds carrying that toxic rain to not just that part of the country, but to all the other states in the country, and raining polluted rainwater into, all these other cities, and polluting that rainwater, polluting that land. May take longer for the rain to pollute it, but it will happen over time. I mean, so it will start there where the majority of it would be, but the after effect affects everything else in its wake.
Exactly, CR. It's like I said, it isn't wood ash. It's very heavy because it's pulverized magma, so it's actually rock.
Yeah.
As well as all other sorts of like carcinogens and stuff like that are in there. It's like you say, it's not like wood ash. It's what's the name of the material? Is it just like is it caldera or something? I forget what it's called now. But it's fairly heavy duty. It's a fairly bad event if Yellowstone goes up. Put it that way.
Yeah. But and see that's the stuff, like. But the way society would be like, oh well, it's only affecting that part of the world. We're okay, It's like what happened in the flooding, in the Midwest of the United States in 2018, where it killed hundreds of thousands of livestock. It destroyed acreages of farmland, wheat, corn, everything. And we are still recovering from that. And then on top of all this, we're not catching up from that loss from the flooding, let alone something that like Yellowstone going up, and that just doesn't affect the United States. That's also going to affect other countries too, because we do export a lot of things. And
well, that's what I said.
Yeah.
It's the crops. Most of your crops or your arable farming comes from the Midwest,
right,
in the States. Well, all that's going. I reeled off all the states that'll be affected by that. They're going. All your main farming states like Wyoming, Idaho, Colorado, Montana, Wisconsin, as I would imagine, Utah, and places like that. All the crops are just going to fail. Yep. So you won't have the foodstuffs in the States to survive. You would have to buy in from other countries.
Yeah, it's just, and why doesn't why doesn't the government look at these things and prepare? Why do they wait until it actually happens to try to do something?
I think it'd be difficult to prepare for something on such a scale.
Well, that's not. Not really.
How do you keep the foodstuffs though, Matt?
Well, Egypt was able to, stock thousands of pounds of grain, and for everyday needs and all that stuff.
It was being used every day.
Yeah,
it was being used. You're saying how would it prepare, which means you would expect to stockpile it in the event that Yellowstone might go up, but Yellowstone might not go up for another 2,000 years.
Right. That's
So do you
true.
just keep stockpiling grain for thousands of years just on the off chance Yellowstone will go up? Well, no, because the farmers need to use the crops
Mm,
when them crops are ready to be harvested to make money.
true. No,
So
that's
there isn't
true.
there isn't any spare crops because them crops are harvested and sold and distributed throughout the rest of the United States.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Yeah, that is true. I just, I don't know. Like looking at stuff like that, it's the same thing with prepping for everybody else, normal people prepping, they stockpile food every month, and they have to they have to move their stockpile around and use it because their stockpiles are going out of date or whatever, and they spent the money on it, and now they have to go through it and eat the older stock to replace it with newer stock, and they're doing this on the slim chance that something catastrophic is going to happen.
On the off chance something catastrophic is going to happen.
Right. And then it never happens. And now they have all this money spent, all this back stock and everything. And most of the time they throw it away because they have way too much stock to eat themselves. And it's going bad quicker than they can go through it.
Because it's a disposable commodity.
Yeah.
That's why it's a disposable. Food is a disposable commodity. It's an essential commodity, obviously, but it's disposable. Yeah. It's not never ending. And food that lasts a long time usually tastes like shit.
Right. That is true.
Because it's full of so many preservatives and all that, which makes it last as long as it does.
Yeah. And it's one of those things. It's like, yeah, I understand the idea of prepping, but it's good to have a stockpile. But what's the point of it when, I don't know, maybe I'm questioning the idea of it now. Like,
stockpile ammunition, that's what you need to stockpile.
Right? If it moves, you can shoot it. It's just, we're wasting. Even preppers, our mindset is not to waste, but to have for emergencies. But in reality, we are wasting just as much food stockpiling and letting it just sit on the shelf and go to waste. And when that date happens to where you need to eat 38 cans of sauteed tomatoes, it before it goes bad, they don't do it. They literally throw it into the trash bin and go and buy more. But we complain and bitch when people we complain and bitch when normal people that are not preppers do the exact same thing. They throw away, when grocery stores and everything throw away fresh vegetables or bread or whatever, we bitch that they're throwing it away. It's
you are
contradicting
sort of,
themselves.
it is sort of guilty of doing the same thing in a way. If
Yeah.
People throwing it away because they're not using it, it's just as bad as people stockpiling it and not using it. It's not out there to be used.
Right. Well, see, like what Oslander said, buy what you eat and eat what you buy. But that's the thing. Most people do. I mean, there's a small percentage of people that do that, Oz, that buy what they eat and eat what they buy. But then there's these other preppers out there that their wife has a hoard of coupons and will go and buy 400 cases of, you know, I
But
don't know, chili,
you've
vegetarian chili.
you've just described society there, though, Matthew. Before you sort of, and I'm not finger pointing as such,
Yeah,
but you said, people will get food and they've barely got enough food in for a few days, and then they expect to go to the grocery store within a few days and stock up. Well, that's what they're doing. They're buying what they're eating and
yeah,
eating what they're buying, and then going out and trying to buy some more because they're not stockpiling, they're not preparing, they're just
yeah,
surviving day to day, week by week,
right.
aren't they?
Yeah. And, it's like, well, it's like the people that buy day to day, there's people that make their whole entire meal plan for their work or whatever, and they sit down one day, fix all their meals for 7 days in the week, Then once they get done eating that, then they go out and replenish and do the whole thing again. But it's like if you buy say you buy 5 cans of soup for your 7 day thing, buy 5 more cans and just put those back. And just 5 cans a month. But just in case, just in case that something happens, you get sick and you're out of work for a week, and you miss that paycheck, and now you can't. Now you have to have that back stock to make your next meal when you go back to work. But and that's kind of a way of prepping, kind of a way of, making sure that you're taken care of in case of that emergency. You know what I mean?
See you later, Oslander. Take it easy, man.
Take care, Oz. But like a lot of the prepping, like a lot of the preppers, like the actual prepper in the family doesn't do the prepping. It's usually they have a wife or significant other that doesn't want to go and spend $500 at the grocery store, but so they're, the coupon hoarders say, you can get 120 cans of vegetarian chili for 25 cents a can. Well, they're going to do that. They're going to go and buy those 125 cans for just the if scenario. You know what I mean? Like if something does go.
In all fairness, Matthew, all prepping is because of an if scenario.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I believe that 100%.
Hello, Rain. I'm not even going to go through the thingy rigmarole of call you
just
Rain
call
or
her
Lucy.
Rain.
Hello, I'm going to say hello, Rain. Yeah.
Hey, sis, how you doing?
I saw what you done in that statement before, CR. when you said goodbye to us, I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yes, rocking the capital C and the capital R. You should do that in every sentence, I think.
Oh, he tries. Trust me.
Yeah, I've seen him a few times on air. Yeah, I'm aware of who he is. Yeah.
CR's a good lad.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah,
but it's that whole entire mindset that there is the preppers that prep just for their family and everything and have a limited amount of stock. But then there's the hardcore preppers that have unlimited funds. And a house that's big enough to take an army and live in it. And they're the ones that usually are the ones that are giving prepping a bad name because they stockpile so much unneeded stuff.
Well, that's what Auslander was trying to say before. They're hoarders, aren't they? Not necessarily preppers.
Right.
Because there is a difference, and I mean, your tinned foods and your survival food and all that, even that has an end date.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You can stock up on as much of it as you want. Well, the thing isn't going to be food. The thing is, you sort of hit the nail on the head earlier. The biggest issue is going to be medical supplies and care, maintaining your health.
Right. I mean, it's like me. I'm an insulin dependent diabetic.
I'll tell you what you are. You are a psychedelic funkopus. That's what you are.
Oh, thank you, you caramel cashew chew.
You're a psychedelic funkopus wrapped up in a killer unicorn outfit. That's it. And you're not on your own, are you? Because how many people around the world? I mean, I'm sure many of them have the mindset that they want to survive. Have actual, health problems.
Yeah. Oh, if you look at the survival community, if you look at the prepper community and everything, all of them have medical issues. Every single one of them. There is not one individual that is 100% godlike perfect, like, but the one thing, but that's the flaw in these prepper and survival communities, that they do not prep for the real things that they're going to need in a survival situation or a prepping situation is their medical supplies. Because like most people say, like me, I'm insulin dependent. If I got a doctor's my medication prescription from a doctor here in America, I'm only allowed to get one bottle of insulin a month. I can't buy more bottles of insulin on my prescription. So I can't stockpile insulin through an American prescription. So I have to go across the border to Mexico, and I can buy a year's worth of insulin for $100. And there is no regulation. There is no restriction on how much medical I can buy there. But trying to stock up on any medications or whatever for just a what if scenario is unallowed here. It's unallowed in the States. Like,
well, it's not just that, is it? It's not just that, is it? It's the lifespan of the medication as well.
Right.
So even if you stockpiled it, it's going to have a lifespan. And when that lifespan's run out, and remember, we're in a cataclysmic scenario here. There's no more being produced, and there hasn't been for the last couple of years whilst you've been using your stockpile, because it's the end of the world. So there's no more of it being produced. So where are you getting it from then on?
The only way is, I found one article on how to produce natural insulin by a way of scientifically doing it. I mean, and it's still a 25% chance that if I could find all the resources and everything to make natural insulin, there's a 25% chance of it literally working. And if I do it correctly, and if I do it wrong, it's a poison that can kill me. But
yeah, so there's a 25% chance you'll get it right and a 75% chance you'll kill yourself.
yes, there is no way of stockpiling insulin. Like,
well, there's lots of other drugs that you can't stockpile.
yes,
because they're made by massive pharmaceutical industries. That's the point I'm making. They
right.
won't be around. There won't be people around to prescribe them, to manufacture them, to distribute them. They won't be
Yeah.
around. So you can have as many tins of beans as you want. You can have 47,000 tins of beans stuffed in an underground room if you want. But if you haven't got the vital medications that a lot of people need to live these days, whether it's blood pressure medication, heart medication, diabetic medication, whatever, then you're just as screwed as somebody who hasn't prepped.
Right. And that's the thing that a lot of these prepper and survival channels don't talk about. They don't talk about prepping the needed medication to keep your ass alive.
Well, I did though, didn't I? I brought it up, and I'm not a prepper or a survivalist.
Yeah, and
you
that's
see,
why I have you up here.
To me, it's common sense.
Oh yeah, it is. But
you can have the world's sharpest knife. You know, you can have water purification tablets. You can have all sorts of shit.
Yeah.
But when everything goes and the society crashes, you're going to need a lot more than your special little bug out bag. That's just the harsh reality of it.
Right. And you know, and it's kind of like a contradiction because
yeah.
it is. I mean,
I know it is. I'm agreeing with you.
It's like all these people that follow these other big name survival channels and all this stuff, and you know, half of them, you know, they have. There's one guy that I follow, and his whole entire channel is about making survival bags and testing out new gear and stuff.
Hey, careful, Matthew. You've named your stream Survival Bag How To, and we haven't spoke about that once.
Oh, we are. I'm trying to find how to bring up my search link.
Are you're trying to segue into the survival bag conversation as quickly as you can? 2 hours into the stream.
Yes, sir. But
love it.
He makes survival bags and everything, and tests out all this new gear and all this stuff. And I'm not. I don't want to sound like I don't want to sound like a Richard Cranium.
No, say it. Man.
The guy is like 300 pounds plus. Okay, he's also maybe in his 60s, and he literally has a survival channel that talks about survival bags and all this stuff. And he did a live stream where he was going to go out into the wilderness and test one of his bags, right? He got maybe maybe a mile out onto the walking trail. He was already out of breath. He was sweating. He had to sit down and rest. And the thing was, he said he needed to take his blood pressure medicine. And he looked in his bag, and he did not even put his blood pressure medicine in the bag that he was going out into the wilderness with.
I will say this. Customato didn't get in the ring and fight Donovan Razor Ruddock and all these others, but he did teach Mike Tyson how to become a world champion.
True.
So just because you're not going to step in the ring yourself, if you've got the information that allows others to do the job, then surely you fulfill some kind of a function. Sometimes the spread of information is enough, isn't it? You know, I mean, there, but for the grace of God, go I doesn't always carry, or lead by example doesn't always carry.
Right.
So, you know, you can have a 500-ton wannabe who can barely walk, but has got all the knowledge.
True.
I mean, Splinter was a rat, and he walked with a cane, but he showed those terrapins how to kick ass and eat pizza, didn't he?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, brother?
I do. I know. I just, you know, I can understand if he just, you know, sat there and made his bags and everything, but if you don't go and do a live stream, like a live stream to show your bags and stuff and show how they're working and not be able to get to your destination and not even pack your medicine, you know? Like, I mean, hell, even a lobotomized shrimp can know how it. I mean, there's enough information online and everything about what to do and stuff that anybody can make a survival bag. But knowing how to use the stuff that you put in the bag is a different thing.
Well, that's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
The information is what's important, isn't it?
Right. I just
called to say I love you. I just called. I tell you something as well. I was the first one to say hello to Rain, and I didn't even get an hello.
Well, she has a lot of problems. Like,
her
internet sometimes goes out like mine. Hey, Nubby Wubby.
Hello, Nubs. How you doing?
But it just seems like channels like that make fun of serious things, you know, something that may or may not need to be used, but it's better to have it than not have it.
I think a lot of YouTubers, because I don't think it's necessarily fair to judge an entire community off YouTube, given that YouTube is a complete entity in itself that I'm not even going to go into, because it's all about people wanting to be famous, whether they know what the fuck they're talking about or not.
True.
Now, I've noticed that when it's come to the paranormal. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I don't remember seeing any of these fuckers. I don't remember seeing any of these people 20 or 30 years ago doing paranormal investigation. There were nobody. If you was a paranormal investigator, you was looked at as being weird. There were none of these fuckers. None of them around. Not one. But when you talk to them now, not one of them, right? But when you talk to them now, they've all been doing it 30, 40 years. Bullshit.
Yeah.
They started doing it within the last few years because they've watched a few TV shows like Ghost Adventurers and shit like that. And they ride in a wave of fashion. That's what's going on. They don't know fucking anything about the topic. They know what they've read on the internet, and that's it.
You're telling me you don't respect my bedazzled shirt and my Ray-Ban?
No, I don't respect it at all.
Sir,
I would not wipe my ass on it.
Sir, I spent a good $10 at a.
Absolutely not. I don't. I have very little respect for YouTubers, full stop. Quite frankly, and I am one. Because it's all about wanting to be noticed and wanting to be famous. It's not necessarily about content or telling the truth. And it's the same thing with this guy you're talking about. There's a massive need. There's got to be a fairly big community on YouTube to want to see videos on survival and prepping. So why not have a channel on it? If you've got a bit of an interest in it yourself, why not have a channel on it? You know this with cryptid yourself. Try to get actual the message out and any kind of truth about the field that you're in is completely lost within the bullshit diatribe. That's the fashion wave that you get of that particular fucking topic. And there's so many channels about it now. But I didn't see any of these people 10, 15 years ago. None of them.
Yeah. The only person that I've seen on YouTube that has been doing it for...
I absolutely love winding YouTubers up.
Yeah. the only person that I actually seen that was a YouTuber that's actually been doing it since he was like 18, and he's been on YouTube for like 15 years, is a guy named Dave. His handle is Really Big Monkey 1. He's a good old Southern boy from Georgia, and he makes his own shit. He has all these crazy ass ideas on how to make different stuff. And, you know, he was a scout leader for Boy Scouts for like 10 years because his son was in Boy Scouts. So he became a scout leader for his son. Like, you should look him up, Dave. You'd like him.
Yeah. Hey, there are going to be people out there.
Yeah. But not every fucking person.
Yeah, if there's 25,000 YouTube channels on Bigfoot, there isn't 25,000 experts on Bigfoot. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, hell no.
There's 25,000 channels, and there's probably 24,997 of them haven't got a clue what they're talking about. They get their information and the research vicariously by standing on the shoulders of giants and paraphrasing and quoting everybody that's gone before them.
Yeah, Chef Dave. Yeah, CR knows who I'm talking about.
I kind of figured he would, yeah.
But I understand 100%. It's just,
so all I'm saying is the world of YouTube should be taken with a pinch of salt. It absolutely should, and because there's one, well, not one. I'm pretty sure you've got a list of these people, but because there's one or two YouTubers that might bring in what you hold dearly into a little bit of disrepute and almost make it look comical. It doesn't mean that the field or the hobby, or I don't know what terminology to use, but it doesn't mean that survivalism and being a prepper is something to scorn or laugh at. It just means that it's being portrayed by the wrong people with the wrong intentions. That's all.
Right. And you know, I'm not claiming that I'm the god of survival, god of whatever. I'm just saying I try my best to bring real, the realism to this. I'm not trying to whore out, my Amazon link or my go buy my survival store website, or I don't get everything that I've bought and I've done a review on. I bought myself. I've never been given anything. I've never been sponsored by anybody, unlike these other YouTube survivalists that every video that came out, it was shit that was given to them. Like, there's one YouTuber that literally has so many knives from so many knife companies giving it to him that he's done maybe one review on each knife, and he literally has so many of them that he gives them away every year for Christmas presents to people.
Okay, because what's your beef with that?
These people were paid to say good reviews, like they don't say the truth about whatever they buy, they're
and
just,
how does that affect you though?
Because there's some knives and everything that I can't afford, and I'm looking to try to buy that certain brand, and I want somebody that's going to tell me the truth on it.
The fact is that you're still watching it to be able to make that judgment upon those people.
Yeah,
you're still watching those reviews to be able to make that judgment. Now, what you say in your own chats is reflected in the type of people that come in your live stream. All you have to do is look at the comments that the people who come to your live stream make about prepping and survivalism.
Yeah.
Because the type of comments that I usually read in your live streams from people that I'm taking to be people that are knowledgeable in survivalism and prepping and stuff, given the names of the channels or their Google names,
Yeah.
they don't talk like these people you're talking about. They seem to come across to me to agree with your kind of mindset and have knowledge about survivalism and prepping. So you surely your channel's working in the remit and within the confines of what you wanted your channel to be, and that's just
Yeah.
going off what the people in your side chat say in response to your words.
Yeah.
So does that not mean that ostensibly then what you're doing is succeeding?
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, y'all. Thanks.
You're attracting the right kind of people, and those
Yeah.
kind of people have got the kind of knowledge that you respect, or you would view them as contemporaries, and
Right.
not like the fuck knuckles that you were talking about a minute ago. You know?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to warn people, like what you said, like take YouTube with a grain of salt,
You
like
absolutely should. Totally, 100%. Yeah.
yeah, like because it's just like in any community, any field, whatever, it's not just in paranormal, it's not just in cryptids, it's in everything. Like
I
even
tried to say
fucking
this to you.
cooking.
I tried to say this to you, Matt. You know,
Yeah.
ostensibly, I started out in 2009 on YouTube with the intent of doing a paranormal channel. Okay. I quickly learned that people don't want to know the truth, or they don't want to know any kind of pseudoscience or facts surrounding the subject. They want to be
Yeah.
entertained. They want to be entertained. Okay. Now, you know,
Right.
I've studied psychology for years. I'm a
Yeah.
counselor therapist. You know, I went to university doing psychology. It's
Did you?
and sociology, and I can debunk and explain away most people's experiences down to their state of mind in
Right.
most instances. But people won't have it because their way out of it will always be, I know what I saw and I know what I heard. It's like, well, no, you
Yeah.
don't, because you don't understand how the human brain works to say that. So, you know, and along with a basic grasp of physics that I've always been interested in, I can understand that there can be so many prosaic explanations as to why people have paranormal experiences. Now, people,
Yeah.
when they've heard me speak in the past, and you might already be aware of this anyway, Matt, when I've done live
Yes, sir.
streams, think that I'm a skeptic or I don't believe. And it's like, well, you'd be surprised actually how many experiences I've had myself and how many
Right.
investigations all over the UK that I've done. Thousands,
Yeah.
you know. But that's no relevance or consequence to them because they want to be entertained. They don't necessarily want to know the truth, or they don't want to be truthful. They want to be
Oh, yeah.
entertained.
Well, it's just like me, I literally had a survival moment on a live stream on my channel, Like I was in an area by myself. I just planned to recon that area. I didn't do anything or whatever, but I also just took a small kit with me. Nothing with a medical, like with a first aid kit or anything. It was just a small kit just in case. That had my knife and everything in it. And I broke my leg on a live stream and
I
I
know
had
you
to
did, yeah.
crawl 2 miles by myself. And, that's why I was trying to tell people in all these other, not just in the survival, but in paranormal, in cryptid, in urbex, whatever the hell hobby that you have, to be prepared, because it doesn't matter where you're at, an accident or something bad can happen to you. And it doesn't have to be an end of the world situation. to have something to be able to take care of yourself in that situation, you know?
And
And
when you say things like that, people get upset, yeah?
yeah, they
Well, you
do.
know why that is, right? If your words upset people, Matt, it means that your words have rung true.
Yeah.
Because people don't like the truth. They will be upset. I upset people all the time. And it's
Oh,
because
I
I'm
know.
right. Yeah, I know that, yeah, and it's because I'm right, and it's not because I'm right because I'm a smart ass. It's just
Right.
fact. You can't
Yeah.
argue with fact, and then people start throwing words around like faith and belief, and it's like, actuality isn't down to faith or belief. That's theological. That's religious. It's not
Right.
about having belief or faith when it comes to the paranormal or cryptozoology or whatever. I mean, I suppose if you're talking about survivalism, then you got to have knowledge as well as faith and belief in what you're doing, to bring about an end result by your actions, whether it's how to make fire or how to, fashion shelters and stuff like that. So it's slightly different. But when you're talking about something that isn't scientifically validated, then it's a
Yeah.
little bit more different. So if you say something that upsets people, it means what you've said is true.
Right. It just pisses me off, like, and I know it pisses you off too about it. And
You see that? Sorry, Matt, but that last comment there you go.
yeah,
See, since 1978, but
yeah,
watched a load of YouTube, and the only thing that's been new is just that a ferrous rod that you didn't have back then. That's
yeah,
exactly my point. Do you know what I mean? It's like knowledge
right.
that you've known already, because there's nothing new to learn on places like YouTube, because it's full of
The
self-professed experts,
same,
isn't it?
yeah, the same recycled bullshit.
Exactly, yeah.
And and the thing with survival and whatever is we don't know how to change, because we've been reading books and learning from books and everything from God the last 100 years, and every day something new, like a new item or whatever that's supposed to make your life ungodly easy in the wilderness or whatever. It's we don't there hasn't been a new survival book written since the SAS survival handbook.
That is for what it is. That's a very good. It's a very good book. That.
Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, that's like the survivalist Bible.
See,
But
Shire's made a good point there, actually, Matt, that I think is worth picking up on, where he says the problem, Matthew, is survival. Yeah, it differs from country to country, and it does, doesn't it?
mhm,
Because the flora and fauna is going to be different.
yeah,
The climate is going to be different and such.
and also the wild edibles. I mean, the poisonous plants. I mean, even the wildlife's going to be completely different. Their hunting habits and the way that they stalk you and
You'd ha- you'd have
everything.
you'd have to change your entire idealism.
Idealism.
I agree with that. I don't think there's a god of survival either, because
No.
exactly because of that. I think a true expert survivalist, because professional isn't the correct terminology. Somebody
Right.
like Ray Mears and Bear Grylls is a professional because they make money out of survivalism. So they make
Yeah.
money, and that's their profession. Being good at survival isn't necessarily their profession, but making money at surviving or allegedly surviving is their
And
profession.
selling
So
their name.
and selling their name, so they're professional. So, but that's different than an expert. And I think an expert survivalist is somebody who will be able to adapt to any situation, or as many situations that's thrown at them as possible.
Yeah.
So I would agree with that. I don't think there is any one person that's all encompassing knowledgeable about any one particular subject anyway.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. Like, another professional survivalist. He like what you said, each territory is different. Each, what is it called? Biome is different.
Mm.
And there's different growing seasons. There's different times that you can get this wild edible compared to this wild edible. And if you do find this one wild edible, it's not in the growing season, but it's still in the bud season. So you need to know how to take care of it differently through the roots or whatever, because each part has a different way of being able to eat it without killing you. And one of them, and the one particular professional that I'm talking about, he had to do his research and he had to get somebody that's indigenous to that area to teach him what to eat, what not to eat, what to do in these particular areas, because he didn't know anything about it.
Well, to
And he
me,
stayed for 7 days.
to me, right, Matt, a survivalist isn't somebody who knows it in theory.
Yeah.
Right. It's like a guy who's capsized in the ocean and had to live in an underturned kayak, and he got rescued after 72 days. He survived.
Yeah.
He's a survivalist.
Right.
Chris Ryan, who had to march across the desert evading Iraqi troops to make it to the border of Syria. Despite being hunted during the Gulf War, he survived in unbelievable conditions. His feet were falling off, all that kind of stuff, but he survived. He's a survivalist, you know. So somebody who's been in a situation where they've had to survive and survived it is a survivalist. Everything else is theory, isn't it, really?
Right.
I mean, even if you go out to practice survival, you are not practicing survival because it's on your terms.
Yes.
And survival isn't on your terms.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I call them weekend warriors that go out to these survival weekend parties and all this other stuff. And, like survival camps and everything never teach you the true pains of survival, hunger pains, dehydration, temperature fluctuations. No, they put you in a small little plot of land, probably about maybe 100 feet or so away from somebody else that's on the little weekend warrior course. And you set up your little camp, you set up your little fire, and you just sit there and learn skills.
I will say this. I will say this, however, though, they're doing more than I am sat on my ass.
Well, I mean, not really, because you have experience.
Oh yeah, I've got experience in ordering a pizza.
Yeah,
I've got experience in staying indoors where it's warm. I get a cup of tea and order a takeout. That's all I've got experience in. So when all's said and done, they're doing more than I am, and I do realize that, and it's easy to make sweeping statements about other people. I'm also aware of that. But, a factor that unless you've been in a situation where you've had to survive, where your life has directly been under threat, and you've fought those odds and got through it and lived, then you're not truly a survivor, are you?
Right. You're not.
But then I suppose, given the shit that we all get every day, day in, day out, just as human beings, we're all survivalists in a way, aren't we?
Yeah. I mean, you literally went out and foraged for your food, which means going to the grocery store or waiting in line, picking your food,
Picking my ass.
Yeah. No, taking it home, cooking it.
I respect the knowledge, and I do, and I'm not just saying this. People who've got knowledge about how to overcome certain situations, if they were ever put in them, I've got respect for them. I have, because it's not something I do. So
Right.
it's easy for me to cast aspersions, isn't it? So I will add that caveat. You know, I do
Yeah.
respect these people who have that knowledge and can do it.
Right. I just I guess I nitpick way too much on particular things. I mean, there is a lot of good YouTubers out there that have like 97 to 100 subscribers and like no views at all on their stuff, but they are literally, they know their shit, you know, and they're doing a video, but they're just not getting the recognition, you know.
Well, you know, it's like this, right, man? Well, obviously I've not been massively active over the last few months because I can take or leave YouTube. I really can. But
Yeah, yeah, same here.
I am more than aware of who frequents my live streams. I know who the people are who come to see me, regardless
I'm
of
like
how
your
many so.
shadow.
Oh, I know you are. Yeah, you're like the bleeding furniture. You're like a fly. You're like a fly around a cow's ass. You. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter how many subscribers you got because the only ones that matter are the people that are interested in supporting you. So you know, you can say I've only got these channels with only 100 subscribers. Well, if 10 of those subscribers are constantly there week in week out, then I'd rather have them 10 than 20,000 people that are just subscribed in name only.
Right.
Because if they're not watching your content and they're not there, then there is no consequence to you or no support to you.
Yeah. It's just like I said, you know, the titles of survivalist, prepper, whatever, you know, it's overused, underrated, you know,
Idealism.
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 But you know, I maybe it's just, maybe the terminology I'm using is the names have become bastardized.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly. Or maybe you should try to just enjoy YouTube for what it is rather than worrying about it being a platform for truth. Because the idea, the idealism that
The
YouTube was
ideal.
that YouTube was about that went out the window a good 10 years ago.
Yeah, I was gonna
It's
say like even
it's
12
a
years.
video version. It's a video version of Facebook.
Yeah.
Really. And you can chat live and interact with people in the side chat.
Right.
I've had this conversation with you where we've been doing a live stream on a particular topic, and the entire side stream's talking about something totally different. So it's like, why am I bothering doing this live stream about this particular topic? Why have I put this research in? Because there's 25 people in the side chat and they're all having their own conversation. They're not even listening to me.
Right. We're
Which is
just
why
background.
which is why I just went on to doing mad lives and talking about people in the side chat. Because then at least you're getting them involved, and you know. So you just take YouTube for what it is, and if people listen to what you've got to say about survivalism and prepping while you're doing it, then all power to your elbow. It means your channel's working, no matter how many subscribers you've got. And like I said before, the type of people that you have in your side chat are already pretty knowledgeable about what you're talking about. So you're in a
Yeah.
good community in that sense. It's not like you've got a herd of bullshitters following you around, which is exactly what you don't want, because I know that'd really do you head in.
Right.
Idealism.
Yeah. Ideas. Ideas.
Idealism.
I'll tell you my idealism, sir.
Oh, I've heard too many of your idealisms, let me tell you.
We'll have one more for the brain.
On and off stream. Let me tell you.
CR10. Here you
I
go.
know.
Here you go.
I've just seen it, yeah. I'm used to that, CR.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I'm used to.
and
Fucking tumbleweed on my streams.
yeah, I can't. I guess on here I can't do the screen share that I'm trying to do. I don't know how. Like, I get this, I get this, get this.
Are you trying to share a page or a video or?
Yeah, a page.
I agree, Shire. I think a lot of it was Tammy. I've not seen anything from her for a while, actually, Tammy.
Yeah. Like, I don't know where she's been. I know she's been sick.
Oh, has she?
Yeah. Her new medication has been kicking her ass. That's about it. I wanted to show, like, see, it's hard to talk about the survival bag. How, like, I think I'm gonna redo it again. Like, redo the stream tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's too dark, and I don't have a clean enough space to pull out all my shit to, like, show. And my idea was to bring it up on screen and show items. You know what I mean? Like,
I do.
Anything from the basic of the basic gear, then go, and if you don't like that gear, then you can upgrade it all the way. Go from stainless steel. I mean, go from aluminum to stainless steel, from stainless steel to titanium, which I don't understand who the fuck wants titanium shit.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, like,
go on.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
I was just going to say, if you see me in the side chat, you don't have to feel obliged to have me up here, Matt. If it means you being distracted from what you intended your stream to be about, brother, then you do what your stream's supposed to be about, you know?
No, see, this is why I bring you up here, because you are not a survivalist. You are not,
I'm a complete failure.
You're not a bush, a bush chaser. You know what I mean? Well,
see you later, SD.
Take care, SD. Well, in other terms, you're a bush chaser, but
oh no, I do chase bush.
Yeah. But it's better. Yeah, I could have 50 survivalists up here, but the thing is, with survivalists, I could have CR up here, I could have had SD up here, I could have had, Die Bullfrog, Uncle Al. They're all survivalists, preppers, stuff like that. We all have the same mindset and have not used the same gear, but my stream is to teach people that are not survivalists or preppers how to do this stuff. And who better than to somebody that doesn't revolve around this, to be up here and talk about it. Because I could show something and you would ask a question about it, then I could actually answer it. If I show,
I wouldn't have the knowledge about it, so I would ask different questions and inquiries.
Right. But if I had, like, CR or SD Mountain Man, and I'm showing a single wall canteen canteen that's, aluminum or stainless steel, CR knows what it's used for.
I take it when you say aluminum, you're talking about aluminium.
Yes, however y'all say it.
Well, we say it correctly is how we say it. But...
Well, I say it how I was taught, on Sesame Street.
I don't understand why you keep missing out these vowels on some of our words. I don't like this, like flavor and color. It's
Well, you would
aluminium.
hate it. You would hate it because really big monkey one, Dave, he can't even say aluminum. Like he just says aluminium.
I would prefer that than aluminum. Aluminum.
Aluminum.
Aluminum.
But like CR, SD, the other survivalists, having them up here, they would know. They would know the uses of it and everything. They won't have to ask why do I need a specific single wall canteen? Why can't I use a vacuum sealed? Why can't I use something that's going to hold, 7 hours of cold or 8 hours of hot?
You must know him pretty well, CR, because he knows him on first names. Who's this Al? I still have to call him Alan. Alan Miniman. Alan Miniman. Hello, Eli. How are we doing? It's Darius. The name's on the screen. How can you get it wrong? It's Darius. It's
Doris.
up there for you to copy.
Doris Day.
I know, Doris. It's up on the screen for you to copy. What's wrong with you, man? He always calls me Doris.
Right. And,
hello, Eli.
To me, it's kind of, no offense to my prepper and survival brothers, but it's kind of pointless having a whole entire panel of survivalists on a how-to video.
Thank you, Eli, and hello to you too, sir. Well, no, I mean I've seen streams when CR's been up here, and I know you've had CR up here, and it's just been a different kind of stream because you obviously you're up here, like I said before, with contemporaries, people that have similar knowledge, so it just becomes a different stream, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It becomes more of an in-depth, like how to, different ideas that needs to be put into the survival community that is overlooked or stuff like that, because everybody in the survival community, you could look at every single one of our survival packs, and each one of us, we may have 1, 2, or 3 items that match, but the whole entire bag is going to be completely different because one person's worries more about one item than they do another item. Like you'd have one person that cares more about fire making and being warm, so they stick 20 different ways of making a fire in their survival bag. But when it comes to, say, hunting or gathering food or anything like that, they just throw a pocket fishing kit in. And that's the thing that gets me is survivalists that put a pocket fishing kit in their bags and they don't know if they're going to be around water or not. And even in that stream, they don't know if there's going to be fish in that stream or not. So how are they going to get food?
Have you seen that, by the way, what Eli put? So,
really?
White Wolf wants to interview you.
Okay, tell him sure.
Tell him to prepare himself for disappointment.
Yes. Tell him for a face palming.
Octopalms.
Yes, octopalms.
Octopalms. You'll need more than 2 hands for that one.
Right.
Multiple face palmage.
Yeah. And I guess it's the individuality in people and their survival bags, is because, each person has a different fear. So they they put extra gear in for that one fear that they have. Like me, I'm afraid of having food. I'm afraid of being in an area at the wrong time, at the wrong place, and not being able to have food. So I usually pack more food and more snack stuff in my survival bag than, say, for fire or, hunting, or, well, hunting kind of goes with my food. So I kind of,
Yeah, you will though, because you will have an associative bias. Well,
yeah,
what you're talking about there is associative bias, and you will have yours will be food because you're diabetic.
yeah,
So you're massively aware that you need to control your blood sugars,
right.
or you expect. I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
obviously, it goes without saying that we all like to have a little bit of a munch, and we'd all find food fairly important, I would assume. But even subconsciously, you will be aware of it, as well as obviously consciously, you'll be aware that you need to
Right.
maintain your blood sugar levels. So your associative bias in that situation will be towards foodstuffs.
Yeah. And water, like water purification, kind of goes into that. I do have a small, like, water purifier, like a Life Straw or something like that, but that's why I carry a single wall canteen with me, is so I can boil the water, because a smart, like the Life Straw. The Life Straw only does 100 gallons, and it's useless. Like,
Idealism.
yes, but you know what? Fire can boil me hundreds of thousands of gallons of water. So
Yeah,
screw you.
I would imagine that the straw thing though is more of a stopgap
Yeah, it
type
is.
of thing, isn't it? That's a stopgap.
Yeah, it's more of the, if if you're in a survival situation and you're trying to get from point A to point B, and without having to fill up your canteen, put it on a fire, boil the water. The Live Straw, you just pop off the lid, pop off the bottom, put the straw in the water, take a few drinks, and be on your way. So you don't have that time waste.
Yeah.
But
Idealism.
that be my idealism.
That's the word of the day for me. I won't mind. You've only said it. You only said it that one way once all night, and I picked up on it. Every other time, you've been really good.
I know. I tried, sir.
It's like that one time when you said it that way. I thought you was like your next move was going to be to like arrange a cotillion or some shit. I got the vapors, all that kind of shit going. Idealism.
I got the heat,
Yeah,
sir.
you was like absolutely massively overly southerning. Where the fuck did that come from? But yeah, just funny. You've been very well. You've been very well behaved.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. But yeah, all right. So since I can't bring it up to show, so now I'm going.
So why don't you do exactly that and look at trying to sort it out for tomorrow instead, so you can still do the stream?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, and I don't see. I see how I can flip people around and stuff with the layout, and it's like on the phone, it's just castrated, like I can't find screen share, and it says layouts new, but that's it.
I've always done it off the computer. I've never done it off a phone, really. So I don't know what layout you're seeing.
Yeah, that's what I did on the last one I did. Was I had to be on the laptop to do it, but I hate laptops. I hate them
Why, darling?
because they like to nip me, and they like to make fun of me.
Yeah, they can be a bit of a bastard, really, laptops, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you just do it for tomorrow instead.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah,
If you build it, they will come.
yeah. Uh, I don't know. Like, why can't we call it? Why can't we call this stuff different? Like, give it a new name instead of prepping and survival. Like, most people
Well, why
in the
don't you?
survival, because nobody's going to listen to me.
Of course they are. Call it Wuggada Humph month. There you go. We don't do survivalism. We don't do prepping. We are now experts in Wuggada Humph month.
Hummadadum.
Yeah, man. Just be that trendsetter, Matt. Be that pioneer forging the way.
I will do it. Well, it's cause like the survival is being lost or trapped in one area and trying to get back home and
That's what
surviving the
happens to
situation.
that's what happens to me in the backyard because of all the dog turds. I have just realised I'm a survivalist because I'm trying to get back home from the bottom of the garden, back into the back, back in through the back door without stepping on one of those little chocolate dog landmines.
Right. Yes.
I'm a survivalist.
That is
it. Now, if I was a prepper, I would have a shovel handy to get rid of them as I walk through the garden. So that's the difference between a survivalist and a prepper, people.
Right. You would already have that stuff at hand.
I absolutely would. I want to become a Jedi Master in Wuggada Humph month.
Jedi Master. We'll make you a Jedi Master soon, young Padawan.
Or given the situation I've just described, a Turd-Eye Master.
Right.
In Wuggada Humph month, yeah. Never lose heart on your streams, Matt. It's just rich coming from me because I keep disappearing off YouTube for months on end. But you at least you've got a goal, what you consider to be a raison d'etre, which is why you're on YouTube in the first place. So
yes,
never lose faith.
Yeah, I don't know. We as a community have
issues.
Well, yes, and we're also still performing archaic ideals,
Well, surviving is basically wanting to stay alive, and that is fairly old-fashioned, yeah.
Yes, it is. Since the beginning of time.
Absolutely. None of us can live forever, but I'm going to die trying.
Mm-hmm. Well, not that. I'm just saying, like, with the changing of times and everything, like the SAS handbook, okay? Yeah, they teach you how to make primitive shelters. They teach you how to make lean-tos. They teach you how to make A-frames, stuff like that, to get you through the night with wood and all that stuff. But with the invention of ripstop nylon tarps, and that you can buy for nickels on a penny. You like that terminology?
I do, of course. Yes, I absolutely love it.
Um, like everybody and anybody, everybody and their grandmother can afford a ripstop nylon tarp. It's waterproof. It's waterproof. It's tear proof. It's simply a sheet, and what is it? The
Contraceptive.
French, no, the French tarp that can be turned into a tent. I mean, not tarp, but the French what is it?
Don't know. Don't do
Basher,
French.
a basher.
A basher's not French.
What? Yeah. I mean,
You're
the
thinking
French
of a
stole it
surrender.
from
You're
y'all.
thinking of a surrender flag. That's what you're thinking.
Yeah, that's it. like a basher, like the poncho that can turn into a tent. It's those things are cheap as dirt that you could buy from a UK military surplus.
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely, yeah.
it's there's no reason for nobody to have a decent military grade tarp in their survival bag. But the SAS doesn't talk about using the stuff that is readily available to us now than it was when it came out.
Well, obviously because it wasn't around then. But
Mhm.
in all fairness, the SAS Survival Handbook is describing how to survive until you are found and rescued.
Right.
Not how to survive and live the rest of your life out in the wild with a well, it's true, and wandering around the woods covered in cow shit and carrying a fucking knife around for the next 50 years. It's surviving a situation until you're rescued.
You mean I can't? You mean I can't tie a red tie around my head and go shirtless and live in a
Absolutely,
cave?
absolutely, Johnny Rambo. As I read that, it says he's gone. He went live earlier and wants to interview. What does he want to interview you tonight? Do you need to check your? Do you need to check your Twitter messages?
Maybe.
Yeah, because is that the impression I'm sort of getting from that message? Well,
I
surely
have no
he knew that Matt was already live anyway because he came on here,
Right.
didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
So Jason must have
No,
known
I
that Matt
don't
was
have
already
any.
streaming.
I
Okay,
don't
I
have
don't know what
any
I mean.
messages.
I absolutely used to love the Army and Navy stores over here, Shire. Thought they were great.
I love the UK Army and Navy stores. Like your surplus shops are a fucking gold mine. Over here in the States, they don't carry anything anymore. It's now all commercialized stuff instead of actual military issued. And if you do find anything military issued, like say an Alice pack, they want like $300 for an Alice pack that's has holes in it and doesn't
Absolute
even have.
bargain.
Oh, I know, right? And it doesn't even have the metal backing for it, the back
Absolute bargain.
support. Yeah.
I don't know what you want. You're supposed to be a survivalist, not a perfectionist.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't.
If it's
I
got
forget
holes in it, you just go pike fishing or something like that, and use the insides of a fish gut and tie it up and repair it. You're supposed to be a survivalist. God, man.
I know. I'm sorry. Go. Bear hug a deer and put it in a sleeper hold and dry out the sinew for 3 months and sew it up that way.
That's my boy.
Yes.
That's exactly the kind of shit I'm referring to.
Right.
You've just got to have the correct idealism.
Yes. Get in the times.
Yeah, you got to get in the zone, dude.
Right. Yeah, like what CR said, like, well, see, the bad thing about that CR is like it's a limited use item for the garbage bags. Like it the way you have to set them up, the and the thinness of the, even if it's a contractor bag, it can only withstand so much before the wind that batters it completely rips a hole in it and destroys your whole entire, you know, lean to, your, uh, what's the word? Temporary shelter, you know? It's kind of like making your house out of 99-cent Mylar.
But it will allow you to survive maybe at least overnight until you
Yes,
have daylight, where you put yourself in a situation where you can build a more appropriate shelter.
right. It will.
So if it does do that, then it's worked. It's helped you to survive.
Yes. It but
Idealism.
pay attention.
Pay attention, damn it.
Well, the thing
Yes.
is, but there's so much there's so much that you need to go with that garbage bag idea. I mean, you're going to need the center rope for it. You're going to have to tie it to 2 trees, if there's 2 trees within enough space to be able to do it. Because if you're going minimalist with 2 garbage bags, that means you're going minimalist with your rope. You're going really minimalist with everything that you have in your kit. But like a basher comes with all of its stuff. It comes with the tent pegs, it comes with the pole, it comes with all that stuff. Well, if you get it new, I mean.
Yeah, but if you get that, you may as well just carry around a tent.
Right. That is true.
Really, if you're gonna go to having the tent pegs and the poles and all the guidelines and all that, like, you may as well just carry around a tent.
That is true.
Which isn't surviving. That's just glamping.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit. Yeah.
It is. If you're gonna have poles and all the bits to hold it up, then you're just carrying around a tent, but in the shape of
brother. There's people that carry bivy tents, like the hoop tent, the single person hoop bivy tent.
I know
They'll
exactly
carry that. Yeah, they'll carry that. They won't carry the other bits of it, but they'll carry just the tent, the tent pegs and the single loop support bar. Yeah. And wrap it up and say, "Oh, this only weighs 1.2 pounds. You could throw it in a bag and just be on your way." Like, seriously? That one person bivy tent is half of your bag, especially if you only have a small, haversack or something like that. You can't even put it in a haversack.
You want to start walking around with an 80-pound Bergen and a 12-pound rifle and some ration packs and then some like fucking combat boots and some harnessing, some webbing.
Yeah.
You could tell you've never done a day's service in your life, you lad, moaning about carrying weight. You don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
An 80-pound Bergen on your back and a fucking rifle.
Yeah. No, I'm good. I carry like a 3-pound. I carry a 3-pound haversack with me.
Haversack.
I'm good.
Have another sack.
Yeah, haversack.
So if you have 2 of them, one's called a haversack and the other one's called have another sack, is it?
Yes, have another sack.
Yeah, there you go. If you have 2 of them, your first one's called have a sack. Your second one's called have another sack.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, come here for all the best tips.
Yes, sir. I mean, I've seen people's survival kits that weigh 15 to 20 pounds, like, and they say, "Oh, this is my day bag, 20 pounds." Like,
Day
what the fuck?
bag?
Yeah, that's their day bag, 20 pounds.
Well, excuse me for appearing to be ignorant where this is concerned, like, but
yes,
surely a survival situation is thrust. I don't really like using the word thrust with you because you're a bit of a pervert,
right.
but in this instance, I will.
Yes.
A survival situation is thrust upon you. You don't go like, no, I'm sorry, but the end of the world, I'm not prepared. You're gonna have to come back tomorrow morning when I've got my day bag.
Yeah.
Surely a survival situation is just thrust upon you, and
Yeah.
you make do with what you got with ya at the time.
Yes. Yeah. Like my 3-pound, survival bag is small enough. Oh, sorry.
Did
Is
you just
small enough.
burp?
Yeah. Like I
Did you just,
hiccup burp.
you just hiccup belched some pizza back into your own throat, didn't you?
Yes.
Now that's survival because that's regurgitating food. There you go.
Yeah, it goes to my second stomach.
Yeah, 2 meals for the price of one. What, 2 stomachs? Why are you a cow?
Yes. Yes. You didn't know that?
You learn something new every day. You think you know someone as well, don't you? You learn something new every day.
Yes.
Well, go on then.
I'm out my pasture right now.
My twin stomached friend. What was you saying about your 3? You've only got a 3-pound bag.
Yeah, it's only 3 pounds. And
Well, I've got a 3-pound bag, but 5 pounds worth of action, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I see.
It's a tight fit, let me tell you. Day or night, doesn't matter.
It's 2 pounds, but it's got 10 pounds of thrust.
Oh, let me tell you. See, I wanted to avoid the thrust thing.
Thrusters engaged.
Let me tell you, yeah. 5 pound of thrust in 2-pound capacity pants.
Right. Oh, jeez. Well, Seashire, they actually have a it's called it's a kettle that you make a fire inside of it to boil water and everything. Kelly kettle, that's what they call it.
Yeah, Kelly kettle.
And
yeah.
that thing by itself weighs 6 pounds and only holds a gallon of water that you boil, and it's huge, And
Take an Exy burner instead.
Yeah.
An Exy burner, because when you run out of the Examin blocks, you can just burn any kind of solid fuel, wood, stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, so take an Exy burner and mess tin. All you need is an Exy burner and mess tins, and your Exy burner will go inside your mess tins, and they'll all stack inside one another. And then that'll leave you more space for your bag.
Yes. But that's the thing, most people don't plan with using like the old mess tins anymore. Nobody, if you're going, they usually put mess tins and stuff like that in their inch bag now. But
an inch bag.
Yeah, an inch bag.
What is it that you guys measuring everything in length and girth? What's going on?
No. It's an acronym for I'm never coming home.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. Well, that's very optimistic, isn't it, that?
Yeah.
That's the correct mindset for a survivalist, that is, isn't it? I'm a survivalist, but I'm never coming home.
Right. It's one of those the end scenario bag that it's usually made for preppers than survivalists. It's say your homestead, say like you have a homestead and Yellowstone happens, the eruption happens. Well, you can't sit there and pack up all your preps and everything in a truck and get the fuck out. So you go and you get your inch bag and take whatever you can from your pantry or whatever. But your inch bag is the thing that is supposed to have every needed item for any scenario, to where you can literally go out into the woods and survive the rest of your life.
Right, so a survival kit. So the rest of it's just bollocks.
Right.
Really, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in the military, a survival kit will fit inside a tobacco tin.
Right.
And that is all you're allowed.
No.
A tobacco
Nope.
tin.
Nope. Not anymore.
No.
That's called a mini kit now, that people put in an Altoids tin.
I don't care what civilians call it.
You're right. Oh, I know.
I'm not interested in the glamping civvies.
But that's what they did. They took the military idea of a survival kit and they've turned it into an Altoids tin and call it a mini kit, a pocket kit.
Yeah, there you go. Like a tobacco tin, an Altoids kit. Yeah, an Altoids tin. That's what I'm talking about. A small tobacco tin. Yeah.
Yeah. But now they just changed the name. It's not a survival kit. They don't claim it to be a survival kit because it doesn't have everything to let you survive. It's limited resources to get from where you're trapped home, like to an area where you can be rescued now. Yeah, but it's not something that you can sit and make a shelter with and whatever. It's something, it's got like maybe 4 or 5 matches in it. It has a razor blade, which is technically your cutting tool. There's all of these other things that come with the minimum kit. And
where's the condom?
People don't. YouTube doesn't allow people to use a condom in viewing because they call it sexual content.
It's for storing water.
Right, it is, but by YouTube standards, it's still a sexual implement. So you can't put those in there. They talk about it, but you will never see a YouTuber have one in their minimum kit.
Oh, I would.
Yeah, most of the time, instead of the condom, they put like 3 or 4 water purification tablets.
Well, there's still room for your water purification tablets, as well as just a few matchsticks that you've dripped wax onto. If you haven't got waterproof matches, you can make your own.
Yes. But no, they say that if you are in a survival situation, you're supposed to have a container for your water already. So yeah, you tell me. Like they try to
4 pebbles and a hole in the floor. You need is a dig a small hole. Put any kind of small receptacle inside the hole. Cover the top and 4 pebbles on each of the corners. Form a drip still.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Right, you might have to wait all day before you can get a few sips of water, but it's survival.
Well, it's also, I mean, you can take a cotton sock, like a like a long one of the long socks, a cotton long sock, roll it into a small ball, put it in there, and use that as your drip sock.
You wouldn't want to drink out of one of my socks, brother.
I said a clean one.
Survival or not, you know. You'd embrace sweet death, I think, before you drink out one of my socks.
Oh, you haven't ever seen the survivalist Cody Lundeen.
Idealism.
There was an episode where Cody Lundeen. Okay, this guy is a minimalist from Arizona desert, and they went to like the Alps, and he didn't wear boots or anything. He just wore 3 layers of wool socks. And
Wool?
yeah, wool. And this guy wears shorts. They were in the middle of snow going up to his knees, and he was wearing shorts and
What a
3 layers
legend.
of wool socks. And when they finally was able to make a fire, he took his socks off, hung them near the fire, and let the snow and everything that was collected onto those socks start melting. He took the socks and started drinking the water out of it. Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, I think that's probably the stage before you start to drink your own urine, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Bear Grylls says you can do that.
Hey. Now you've already beaten down on Bear Grylls enough tonight, so maybe let Bear Grylls have this one. So as far as Bear Grylls is concerned, kids, it's okay to drink your own pee.
Yes, from Mr. Dr. Grylls, medical background.
He won't be doing that, of course, because he'll be in the hotel having caviar or some shit because he's a TV celebrity. But you can drink your own piss. You can drink your own piss and be thankful.
Yeah. Oh God. No, he actually done that on an episode. He actually drunk his own piss. One time.
Yeah, but it's the first and last time he's done it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And but it's those kind of mindsets that make people do the shit that they do now in survival and everything, is because, oh, I saw it on TV, so I can do it. And the way you do that, if you get to the point where you have to drink your own piss because there's no water there, you make a distill for it,
Absolutely.
if you have the plastic.
Yeah.
But I mean, getting to that point where if you're already that dehydrated that you have to drink your piss, you have to make a distill of your piss, I still wouldn't drink that water because it's going to come out brown, almost kidney failure.
Well, yeah, it's going to be very dark urine, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And well, just imagine it as iced tea. See, hey, that's changed your mind, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, you know what? Here's the thing that nobody talks about in water, like intake. If you're at a putrid, like a putrid stream or puddle or whatever, and you see it's stagnant, you can fill that water up in a container and give yourself an enema with the water, and your intestinal tract will purify it and replenish the missing fluids in your body without sickness.
Yeah.
But nobody ever discusses that in a survival community, that, shove a bottle up your ass to save your life.
That almost sounds fun.
I know, right? I mean, because the water is but if you're at that point of dehydration where you need to even do that to survive, drinking out of that stagnant pool, you're not going to get sick, but maybe 3 days later. So I would say take the chances and drink out of that water because you're just rehydrating your body. You're not actually quenching your thirst or anything.
No, or replacing any nutrients.
Right. So it's better to take the chances of getting sick and being seen by a hospital or whatever after you're rescued.
I think he's just saying stuff like that so you can survive until you rescue. Because I mean, he sees it a beat down on him, but he has done some pretty badass things and set some world records. Bear Grylls in some of the stuff he's done, man.
Yes, he has. I know.
He has, man. He has. He's crossed the North Atlantic Ocean in a little fucking boat. He's climbed Mount Everest and shit just a few months after breaking his back in a parachuting accident.
I know.
You know what I mean?
He's
He paramotored
like
over the Himalayas. He crossed Antarctica. He's done
He
the
pole
longest
vaulted.
indoor free fall in history.
He pole vaulted over.
What?
He pole vaulted.
No, he paramotored over the Himalayas.
Oh, I thought you said he pole vaulted over it.
No, he paramotored over the Himalayas. Like I said, he's done the largest indoor free fall in history in a vertical wind tunnel and shit.
Oh, I know.
He's set loads of records, that lad. We're taking the piss out of him because he does shit Gerber knives, but he's a bit of a badass on the quiet.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, I know he's done stuff that normal people would have second guesses or second thoughts on doing.
Oh,
but the thing is his actions and his way of thinking is to right, I got to do it now. He doesn't sit and look at his actions. You know what I mean? It's like, I have to do it.
I think that's the way the TV portrays him, Matt, because he's a TV celebrity now, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's the top and bottom of it, really.
Yeah. I mean, he literally is the face of survival. He started the first survival stuff, like mainstream survival ideas, but he also went to the places and stuff that no normal human would ever have the money to ever be in that situation, like certain places, like
Antarctica for a start.
Well, yeah, like the survival ideas that his production company put him through was not what the basic human would be in a survival situation. Like in Norway, there's more people in Norway that get trapped every year because of the snow. They get trapped in their car in back roads and stuff like that, and they die in their car because it's too cold. They run out of gas. They don't have any way of keeping warm. And like being trapped in the desert, like the Chihuahuan Desert here in Texas. Some people, a lot of people go out there every month to do dune buggy, dirt bike races, stuff like that. He doesn't show those real life scenarios. He has to make some kind of glamorized survival situation.
Because he's a TV personality now, that's why.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, even in his, even before he became a big name person, like even in the starts, it was
see you later, CR.
By them.
See you later.
Take care, CR, brother.
He what?
I said I told him take care.
No. You said he's what even before. No, most of the things he done before he was a TV celebrity. Most of the records that he set.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. Oh
true
yeah.
too.
Yeah. To raise money for one of his mates who was in an accident, he rode a bathtub the length of the River Thames completely naked.
Damn, really?
Hmm.
Huh? That's fucked up.
Seriously, he's serious. That's how he has become noted and become a TV celebrity. It's because he's a bit of he was not right in the head, quite frankly.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
There's another one for you, Ranulph Fiennes.
Yeah, I remember him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do have respect for the grills.
The Grills.
Yeah.
I could tell it's begrudging respect because you call him the Grills.
Yeah. I mean, I do have respect for him. It's just his production team and stuff like that put him in scenarios because he was already known as a crazy, like he gets a thrill out of the most absurd
Yeah.
things,
Yeah, he does. Do you like Chuck Norris?
Yeah.
You like Chuck Norris, but you like him and you know about him like most other people because he's a movie star, correct?
Yes.
However, before that, he was 5 times unbeaten world karate champion, full contact karate champion.
Yes.
So he was a kick-ass well before he was a celebrity.
Oh yeah. Before he became Walker, Texas Ranger.
Exactly, because he was the real deal. He could do it.
Yeah.
And he became a TV and movie celebrity because of it. But it's the
And
same
then
thing
he became
with
the
Bear
king of
Grylls.
memes.
You know, Bear Grylls did do a lot of shit. You know, he was
Yeah.
he was in the SAS and everything.
Oh yeah, I know he was. That's what made me respect him more, because he was actually in the SAS.
It's all the shit since that you don't like, isn't it?
Right. He was, he was a damn good man and everything until TV ruined him,
Sold out.
like, yeah. And I mean, it's like, it's like saying that, shit, what's that cook's name from the UK?
Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, Gordon Ramsay, like, shit, he was doing amazing food and everything before he became a TV star and Hell's Kitchen and all this stuff. And then, like, I went to Hell's Kitchen in Las Vegas, and their shit was $200 for a filet mignon, like a lobster brisk filet mignon, and it was shit.
Well,
Like,
that doesn't surprise me.
yeah, and I was looking so forward to that, and it turned out to be this, and he bashes people left and right for their cooking.
Yeah,
But
he didn't cook that, did he?
no, he didn't. But his name cooked it,
Mm-hmm.
and that's kind of the thing with Bear Grylls. His name is selling survival gear.
Another
But
thing for you here, Shia. Ranulph Fiennes was in the SAS as well, by the way.
yes,
Don't know if you knew that. Yes, sir. Ranulph Fiennes, he was in the SAS.
yes, he was. And and it's just like Ray Mears. I respected him so much when he was young, when he was literally teaching people, like, tradition, not only today's standards on survival and, botany and all that, but he was also teaching people ways of survival 200 plus years ago, and then he just stopped, and he started selling gear with his name on it, and he sold, like, he literally went to a company, had a knife made, supposed to be the perfect knife. I saved up all the money to buy that Ray Mears endorsed knife, and a week into me using it, the blade snapped in half on me when I was trying to baton wood.
But that's down, you can put that down to manufacture and lack of quality control rather than the individual.
Right. And
I
thought the same way.
It's easy to call these people into like, call them badly, but have you or anybody else in the side chat climbed Mount Everest?
No.
Or have you or anybody in the side chat rowed across the Atlantic Ocean?
In my dream.
So before people open their mouth and make claims about these people or what they think of them, these are always from armchair critics that are mostly that haven't done the same things that these are. It's easy to call them from the sidelines, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
But I think the only people who are capable of judging people like that is somebody who's climbed Mount Everest and somebody who's rowed across the Atlantic Ocean in a fucking dinghy. Until you've done that, you're not really in a position to pass comment.
Oh, I know. I won't. When Bear Grylls first came out, I loved his show. I loved his insight on everything. But then, like, season 3 came and he got the Gerber deal,
It's the thing, the crack. It's bums on seats, Matt. Like, it's got to be entertaining to the people that keep up the viewing figures for whichever TV company's promoting that show. So people, unfortunately, do become sellouts because of that. And I sort of look at it like this, as much as I don't like a lot of the paranormal shows that are on TV and such, it has, although it might have been a double-edged sword, it has made more people aware and pay attention to the paranormal field. So, and as you quite rightly said before, and you are right when you say it, he and people like him have sort of become the face and an ambassador for survivalism and prepping. But by the same token, there are probably more people that are into it, even if they're into it for the wrong reasons. I will grant you that, because I think you are right when you say that. There are more people into it and watching it because it's on TV, because of people like him.
Yeah. I mean, especially with shows like Naked and Afraid, like, like two people thrown onto a deserted island in the middle of God knows where with no clothes. Like, where the fuck did their clothes go? Like, they had a plane crash or a shipwreck and their clothes got burned off of them. I mean,
it's very common, actually. I know that you're saying it flippantly, but people involved in aircraft accidents for their clothes to be ripped off.
Well, yeah, I know, but not. Well, a lot of their clothes also get mangled and everything, but they're not, they try to get their clothes back on.
Yeah, they don't walk around just butt naked and think, oh, well, I've lost them, fuck it.
Yeah, it's like, like, what was it? The Darian story, and that was in. They made a small TV show about it, like a small TV movie, and it was a book, but it was about a plane crash. It was a plane crash that happened in Australia, where they were flying from Australia to Tasmania, and the passenger plane went down because the bush pilot had a heart attack or a stroke or something, and it went down and crashed, and they were both knocked out for like 3 days.
Right.
This man and woman, and they came up to a small island on the side of Tasmania. I don't know. It was maybe like maybe 5 miles big, like both length and width, and they their clothes were tattered and almost falling off of them, but they survived by the there was like another couple with them, and the plane ended up like losing all of his stuff into the current, and they collected their clothes out of the suitcases that floated up, and like a survival pack was floating, and they lived with the survival pack that was on the bush plane. And they were picked up maybe about a month later.
Ah, well, they're cheating more than Bear Grylls. Then they had a survival pack.
Yeah, they had a survival bag. And they had a suitcase of clothes.
Yeah. And also add the fact that when I said about the people in plane accidents and stuff, when they lose clothes, they normally also lose their lives.
Yeah.
I say it's a lot of the bodies that are air crash victims and that, but it's not uncommon for them to be naked.
Right. It's just, I mean, it feels to me that they're making fun of the idea, of the situation, doing stuff like that, like Naked and Afraid and all that, and not Bear Grylls making fun of the situation.
No,
It's like,
I know you're generalizing.
yeah,
Yeah, I
but
get you.
but but the thing with like Bear Grylls, a normal human isn't going to be able to jump into a river, grab a fish with their bare hands, and rip into its stomach and devour it right then and there. You know what I mean? Like, he puts that unbelievable in it. He may be able to do that, but little Timmy, that's 15 years old, that is lost in the middle of the woods, won't know how to do any of that stuff because he's 15.
Well, then little Timmy will have to die.
Well, that's usually how it is on
Yeah,
411 cases.
there you go. You see, harsh but fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's the
No,
thing.
I know what you're saying. Obviously I'm just being silly. I totally
Oh
understand
no,
what you're saying.
no, but you're doing good points too. It's one of those things where for every 3 good things that Bear Grylls has done or has completed in his life, his TV career and his sellout has 5 bad things to his name compared to the good that he's done.
Well, that's because the TV doesn't focus on what he's done.
Yeah,
It focuses on what he's willing to do,
yeah,
and it has to be entertainment. So I wouldn't condemn the man for making a living.
yeah. Oh, I'm not. I'm just
He's
depending.
just because what he does on TV isn't necessarily all he's done, but that's what people think. Well,
Yeah,
they haven't got a clue what they're talking about. They want to look a little bit more into who he is and what he's done. It's easy to
yeah,
judge, isn't it? That's all I'm saying. It's easy to judge, just as easy as it is for people to get the wrong idea about survivalism and prepping from watching Bear Grylls. That's
right.
being judgmental, isn't it?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Or watching the show Doomsday Preppers to be a prepper. You know, it's
It's like Shire says, if you look at it there, it says, and if the people don't sell out, they get replaced by someone who will. And that's true, they do. Somebody will be willing to sell out.
Right. I mean, that that's how Bear Grylls actually learned, was from the Nibian tribe of Africa. Like, Bear Grylls actually learned to squeeze fresh elephant poo to get fresh water out of it for him to drink. Like,
do you know the research and development that goes into so many products that people take for granted now is pioneered by people that are by people that are willing to satisfy a need for supply and demand. Now, there's a reason to supply a demand, and there's a reason for a demand because it's put on TV and people are aware of it. So without people like Bear Grylls making it fashionable, there wouldn't be as many companies trying to make equipment for that fashion to supply the demand created by him selling out and being on TV in the first place. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because
I understand.
as many people wouldn't be into it. It wouldn't be fashionable. There wouldn't be as many people wanting to buy the products. So therefore, it wouldn't be cost effective to make them in the first place.
Yeah. And, and that's one of the other things, like survival products is what kills me too. Like these companies' ideas of something that's supposed to help somebody in the wilderness, in the middle of godforsaken who knows where, and they think that they can make something without ever experiencing that type of scenario. It's like there's a 72-hour pack that Walmart sells, right? And they say it's 108 pieces, okay? Well, they give you like 5 packets of purified water, 6 ounces for each bag is 6 ounces, and it's purified water. Then they give you sea ration biscuits for it as your food source. They only give you like 2 packs of sea ration biscuits.
Yeah, they're the hardtack ones, the ones with the fruit in.
The like brownie like ones, the graham cracker ones.
Just the hardtack ones, yeah.
Yeah. And then they give you like a flashlight that's worth, that's shit. They give you maybe a ferro rod. They won't give you a lighter because, everybody in the damn world knows how to use a ferro rod, correct, Dave? I mean,
if only.
Yeah. Like, they throw a ferro rod in the 72-hour family, like basic family survival kit. Then the rest of it is all medical supplies. Like, they don't give you anything to literally survive with. They just give you a glorified, first aid kit, and they charge you like $200 for it. And it's supposed to last you 3 days for 3 people. Like, how is 5 packs of 6-ounce water supposed to last 3 people 3 days?
Well, I mean, if you're expecting to meet standard nutritional requirements of X, 1,500 calories or 2,000 for a man or whatever, then obviously you're going to fall far short.
Right.
But just to survive overnight, I don't know. It does seem a little bit meager.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a 3-day, a 72-hour survival kit for a 3-person family. With that bare minimum.
I'm not so sure about that one.
Yeah, and they want to charge like $200 for it. Now it does come with a seal pack. one of the waterproof bags that you can fold up. It's like a 2-gallon bag.
Yep.
Yes, technically you can fill that two gallons bag up with water and have a water source with it. But what if you're in an area that doesn't have any water around it? Like,
you're in trouble, clearly.
yeah. What are you going to do? Do a rain dance in the middle of the road and hopefully the rain comes to fill it? It's, and, like, one of the things that has Bear Grylls' name on it is a survival kit. Okay. The survival kit, it comes with cotton twine, like 15 foot of cotton twine. Okay. It comes with a sewing needle kit with, buttons and maybe a few strands of sewing thread. It comes with, again, another ferrocerium rod in it. No lighter, nothing, no matches, but a ferrocerium rod. It comes with a small, single blade locking knife that's made by Gerber, and it's half a serrated blade and half a normal blade. Then it comes with what's called sparklers, and you light these things on fire and you place them, and they're supposed to sparkle for 12 hours. And that's it. And they want to charge $50 for that.
Yeah, they clearly all they're missing is a mask, isn't it? Really, the robbing bastards.
Yeah, but it has Bear Grylls' face on it, saying that he approves this survival kit.
Yeah, well, it does, but it probably doesn't say under what circumstance that he approves it.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't. It just says Bear Grylls approved.
Unless, you've spoke to the man and said, yeah, do us a favor, Bear. What's the crack with this? Tell us what you think of this. And heard it from his mouth. Then it's easy for any company who uses somebody's name to endorse their product to say whatever they wish. And, ultimately, this is why you see these people eventually coming away from that company because they can't work with them. They're supposed to be an ambassador for this, and they realise that it's causing their name in disrepute, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like he says there, Shia says it's popularism, like useless footballers buying boots worn by a football star, thinking it'll make them better. But they don't realise it's just the star's name, a brand, nothing more.
Right. Yeah. And it's... I just, 90%. Well, the thing is, 90% of survivalists, they don't know how to use a ferrocerium rod. I've seen people that supposedly have been doing survivalism for 20 plus years, but they always light their fires and everything with an instant flame, like a lighter or a match. They've never done a bow drill. They never used a ferrocerium rod to light a fire.
To be fair, Matt, right? Let's have it right. If you have the means to start a fire, it is a waste of energy, calories, and not sound survival sense to waste that energy by expending more energy than you need to. So why not just use a lighter if you've got one at your disposal? That is survival, surely.
Yes.
Why build a bow starter and fuck about with all that kind of, if you don't have to, you're just expending energy.
True. And that's what I try to tell people too. That's why I was like, that's why I was saying, like, these survival kits. Why are they putting a ferrocerium rod in here where most people do not know how to use it, and they're going to expend more energy trying to learn how to use it and not receive anything from it, instead of throwing a cheap $2 Bic lighter in there and call it done. Like it baffles me. At least throw some, waterproof, windproof matches in them, stormproof matches. Throw something of instant flame in there, and not a fucking ferrocerium rod that even professionals have a hard time using if it's not 100% ferrocerium. It's just like, if somebody doesn't know how to use a ferrocerium rod, don't include it. Just because it says survival kit doesn't mean that they are a survivalist that know this stuff. They bought this survival kit because they're a day hiker or a bird watcher, and they want something to keep their mind safe, saying that, oh, I got a survival kit just in case,
Hey, Ron. How are you doing, Ron? To be fair, though, Matt, I would say that most people who find themselves in a situation where they need to survive are probably just day hikers and stuff who get lost.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is.
Most people that are going to be put in that situation are going to fall into that category, because everybody else isn't out hiking. They're a 9-to-5 office job, or they're doing whatever, So they're not in those scenarios.
Yeah. But you think Blue Jay watcher Tim over there, that has his nose in like bird books all day long and knows the special call of the spotted ass crack, you think he knows how to use a ferro rod? I mean, even a degenerate chimpanzee knows how to strike a lighter and make a fire.
It will figure it out, yeah.
Yeah, but a ferrocerium rod, because you need a 90-degree spine, and you have to angle it completely perfect on ferrocerium rod to strike it, to throw sparks, and you have to put all the sparks in one specific place, or it's just going to fall all over the place and never create enough heat to actually make that area hot enough to catch on fire. And most of the time with these cheap ferrocerium rods, you got to sit there and grind on that rod to create enough sparks and enough heat to even start a fire.
Oh, I grind on that rod, all right. Don't you worry about that, Mister.
Well,
I make sure I grind that rod
too.
Oh, I am grinding that rod.
Yeah, I mean, but it's so much easier putting a lighter in there. Even a cheap clear plastic lighter, so you can see how much fluid is in there. Even if they buy that kit and that lighter has half the fuel, they could add an extra lighter to it because they see that it's clear and it doesn't have that much fluid left in it. Like if they got it from the bargain bin or whatever, it and it's what, $2? They spent more money putting that ferrocerium rod in the survival kit than putting a cheap $2 lighter in it.
I think they'd be better off. They'd be better served teaching people how to say ferrocerium rod first.
Right?
Because they won't be able to walk into a shop and buy it.
Yeah.
Have you got a ferrous? Oh, fuck it! Can I have a lighter, please?
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why we call them ferro rods now.
Have you seen Shire's comment?
No.
Okay. I'll have to go check him out.
I think he's only put that because he don't know how to say feather Simeon Rod either. It's
Right.
easier saying Bull Anderson.
Try spelling it.
Innit?
Yeah.
Use it. I can't even spell it.
Right. I mean, it's just one of those things, like survival kits that you buy off a shelf is not intended for true survival. It's not. It's intended to make money because
Of
you
course it
believe
is.
yourself.
Of course it absolutely is. It's obviously it's all
Yeah.
about making money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's all about making money. It seems to me that most people who are into survival take that much time out of their lives worrying about a situation that might never occur for potential survival rather than living the life that's actually passing them by right now.
Oh, trust me, I do both, sir.
I trust you because you can say Severinium. And not only can you say that, you can also say idealism. So I believe
Idealism.
I believe everything you say.
Thank you, sir.
You see, my job isn't necessarily to agree with you, Matthew. Sometimes my job is to make sure you don't go crazy.
Yeah. That's the thing. You're my rubber wall.
Yeah, sometimes my job's to make sure that the sound of your own wheels turning don't drive you mad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But see, that's the thing. Every time my dream is to open up a survival store where people can come in and there's every item that you can get, and they like build a bear but with a survival bag.
That's weird because my idea of my dream is to be stuck in a lift with Katy Perry involved in a diving suit with the bottom cut out of it.
That sounds like a perfect plan.
There you go, man. much more light-hearted than yours,
Yeah, but see, like in mine, I want to have like every item to be able to be tested before they put it in their bag. Like a test model. Like I would have like a small little burn, like a piece of metal that you could, if you want this ferrocerium rod, you can strike it into this piece of aluminum or steel or whatever and see how many sparks comes off of it. Because or say this, like a magnesium bar, there's 17 different kinds of magnesium bars. Like there's some that are 99% magnesium. Then there's the cheap ones that come from China that are 55% magnesium and 55%, I mean, not 55, 55% magnesium and 45% aluminum. And it doesn't hold a flame as long or burn as bright as the 99% magnesium.
So am I being led to believe that the normal course of action in these establishments where you buy this equipment means you cannot currently test things like that?
Right. You can't.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, and and I want people to be able to build their bag to what they believe that will help them in the field, not some pre-made whatever bag that's just sitting on a shelf with a price tag of $200 on it and not help you. At least you made a bag to what you believe you need. And you can say, this is my personalized bag.
It's a custom bag, custom survival bag. Never judge a man by his bag, Matthew.
Yes.
We all have the same bag. There's a different feel.
Yes. Now you see. Now you're getting it, aren't you?
Yes.
I think Ron's already had Katy Perry. He said them too late.
Oh, well, shit.
Damn it! I'll have to find somebody else to be stuck in an elevator with.
Hey, Jessica Alba's still hot.
Oh yeah, that's got a thing for. Well, there's one or two. You know, Sofia Vergara's. Not too bad on the eye.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Mm.
Who's that other lass from Dusk Till Dawn? Salma Hayek.
Yes, Salma. She was going to be she was going to be my heartthrob until she married a diaper changing baby.
What is this travesty is unfolding in my ears? What do you mean?
She married Michael Douglas.
Did she?
Yeah, she married that old geezer.
I thought that was what's she called? Her from the Darling Buds of May.
I don't remember her name, but no, not her. It was Selma Hayek that married Michael Douglas. Yeah.
Side chat. What's that last called? I'm thinking of.
Anybody know? Shire.
What's she called? British lass, but ended up big in the States for all the wrong reasons.
Hurry up, Shire. We ain't got all night.
Shire. Yeah, we haven't got all
4 hours.
Say, Shire, come on. Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Was that her? I thought it was Selma Hayek.
Catherine Zeta-Jones married Michaela Louise Anthony Douglas. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Zeta-Jones, yeah.
Not
Catalina Zeta-Jones. Either way, both of them are utterly delicious and lickable.
Yes. But then you got to realize Michael Douglas.
Yeah, fair enough. That's pissed all over those chips.
Like it's like buying a Rolls Royce, but knowing that, you know, when somebody died, you know, they expelled all their bodily fluids into that car.
Yeah,
and it wasn't ever cleaned.
Or Kid Rock threw up in it or something.
Yeah, you know, or, you know, like Pamela Anderson, you know, farted in it.
Yeah, you see, there's many women you wouldn't mind that way, but Pamela Anderson doing it, you'd have to call some of that into question, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I mean, because she was with, you know, the drummer Motley Crue, and she was with Kid Rock.
Oh, did she do a stint with our kid, did she?
Yeah, she was with Kid Rock also, man.
Absolutely no standards then, clearly.
Yeah. So you don't know what a cocktail of diseases was in that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Coughs and sneezes spread diseases.
Yes, sir. Yeah. It's just ugh. And you let that sit in your limo.
Yeah, I'm actually changing my mind about this thing actually now. I don't want this elevator anymore. Come right off the idea. I was living the dream until you called me on it.
At least with Zeta-Jones, you could wash her off with Ajax and she'd still be okay, because it's just Michael Douglas drool, you know. But
true.
Yeah. It's like putting it in with the $30 car wash.
But Pamela Anderson, totally different world you're going into there, brother.
Right. Oh, that's like, oh man. Oh.
Do we say the last from Wales?
Oh, jeez.
Shire.
Oh, yeah.
4 hours, Matt.
I know. All right, I guess I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna go finish my pizza.
No worries, you get that pizza into your face.
Yes, sir. I know it's late on y'all's end.
Aye, well, you know, if I wasn't here, it'd only be somewhere else, wouldn't I?
You're right.
You know what I mean? No worries. All right then, brother. You take it easy, and I'll speak to you soon.
I will, brother. I'll do another one tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries.
So I can actually have daylight and
Shit.
yeah, and show like real gear to put in it, and actually like show a easy bag that you could just pick up at, secondhand shop. And
There you go. There you go. See, so just do another one tomorrow, like you said, showing off all that, which is what your intention was anyway, and all will be good. You'll get your survival bag how-to out there, and it'll all be good. And
yes.
cheers everybody who's watched Match Stream as well, by the way, and kept us company. Appreciate that, and I'll speak to you all again. I'll catch you later.
Take care, everybody. Love you, fam.
See you later, Matt.
All right. Take care, everybody. Bye.